Hold on. Am I live? Hold on. Let me see. Am I live? Testing, testing. Am I live? Testing. Am I live? Holy shit, it's working. Testing, testing. Okay, it works. Alright, cool. So we are live. Audio. We still live? Okay. Testing, testing. Okay, let's see. We still live? I'm just testing it out, so. Testing, testing. I'm going to do one last thing. I'm going to test a follow. Okay, cool. So, wow, all right.
A Horde expedition sent to explore an uncharted island. As a bold new recruit, you have joined a rescue mission departing from Orgrimmar. Find the lost expedition members and bring them home. For the Horde!
Cool. Alright. Auto gear, we're gonna keep on. I'll turn this on right now. Gladius, it's Gladius, I think it is. Diagon never works. Holy shit. I think we're live. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So I think I got it going, so okay, can you hold on. Let's make sure it's all going well. I believe the channel. This is my first live stream on here.
Look sharp, recruit! We're almost to the island. We need to be ready for anything. Show me your skill in combat. Fine work. Next week. Rain?
So it's gonna be a
Shaman
very
said the skies would be clear. Stay focused on our Throg will
so this is
spar
why
with
we
you
have to
for
turn
now.
off like not the
Let me
best
speak to the
freaking-
crew about the
will-
rain.
We will save the
I have to be
expedition.
careful with that because
I'll take
of that.
my
I want to make
position.
sure is it.
Strike first and strike
You
hard.
guys can hear everything just fine, right? See, it doesn't show for me. So I just want to make sure if you guys can see it all right. I may have to go to my YouTube extra channel and do it this way. Hold on, I'm just gonna mute my thing just fine, right? Okay, so we're gonna do it this way just so I can. Oh shit! All right, now we have everything working. Holy crap! Cool. And now I don't have to follow.
Never run from your foe. Victory or death. Always face your enemy. I concede. Your strength will see our mission through. I'm here to help.
I don't have a. Do I have my? I'm gonna turn off my donation goal right now because I don't know how. Did I add my? I didn't add all my links, did I? Let's make sure it's all going well. Custom. Channel. My first live stream on here. So that's my first stream, guys. So you have to give me a your channel. I have to. I think I have to.
Look sharp, recruit. We're almost to the island. We need to be ready for anything. Show me your skill in combat.
Dude, I have not logged into this file in so long. I have to actually think about it. Give me a second.
Next week.
We're good. I'm just. This is a first stream and I'm learning, so. Okay. This is always gonna be the first stream's always gonna be the most like unprofessional because unfortunately you kind of just make it up as you go. Alright. PayPal, okay, activity, how do I like, just text me. Okay, we're just testing everything out, so give me a second. Can you guys hear me alright? You guys should hear me alright, just fine, right? Okay, I know. Where it's our first, like, I have to, like, actually, like... oh, actually, I know how to get it. I should be able to go into here. Account. Settings. Donations. Okay, there it is. Other tip methods. Okay, so so I should really put your connect method. I think tip settings. I have to figure this out. So I'm still new to this, so I have to figure this all out.
The Horde leaves no one behind. Warlord, this storm will soon overwhelm us.
Soldiers, brace yourselves! We won't rest until the
I have to figure out how do I like activity. I gotta figure out how to like. I forgot how you link it. Like, how do I link my a channel about, I think it's add here. Okay, add. Okay, I think this is where I do it. I'm still, so this is all new for me too. This is also just like add channel. Okay, advanced settings, permissions, community. I'll have to figure that. I'll have to school with it off stream. I'll have to do it off stream. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's the first stream. But I'll just hide this for right now. We'll just hide that for right now.
Recruit! You survived. We need to regroup at once. The Horde, recover our supplies. But don't fight too many Murlocs at once. They're dangerous in
Yeah,
packs.
guys, don't fight too many Murlocs at once. You know, I'm giving BFA and Shadowlands a fair chance.
Stay focused on our mission.
Sure, in theory. Then upload this all right. 1 second, I'll be right back, guys. In theory, this should, okay, Roscoe, I need you to like. No. Like, forgive me, I'm still, like, I'm kind of making this up as I go right now. Because real shit, guys, there is no, like, instruction manual on how to stream. You just kind of have to go with it. So, I am very much as I kind of go. That's what you guys think.
My thanks. We'll find the expedition yet.
Just turn your stream on and kind of just go.
Mark my words. That storm was
Quite the storm. Probably hit the first boat, too. You three, search for more survivors. Recruit, you and I will push forward.
So hungry.
Wansa! We won't.
Should just said you'd be coming.
She's my daughter. Nothing could keep me from her. And as a soldier of the Horde, she knows we leave no one behind.
I do like this.
We got ambushed by the Quillboar.
Eat first. I won't let you starve to death. We'll head north to see what the others have found. Wansa, rest and regain your strength before joining us.
I'll be seeing you soon then. Your daughter be right to count on you.
The Horde never abandons its soldiers. I will not.
Good, you're here. The Quillboar are conducting some foul ritual. Of course, you come to me for aid. I will teach you the basics as fast as I can. Do pay attention. That shall have to do for now. Find a beast and tame it.
Alright.
The Eternal Sun guides us.
We move, now. Those monsters have my daughter.
Shuja? I saw no sign of her. Perhaps she evaded capture.
One
Mom.
can hope. She rarely acts with such caution.
Are you okay? Oh. That's fine. I mean, I gave you back a ton of your Tupperware. I gave you literally like 15 bowls like last week, but okay. Alright. Alright, no problem. Okay. I just love my mother. Oh, sorry.
Sacrifice! Sacrifice for ritual. The Geolord will not lose. We serve the Geolord. Will not lose. Intruder! You will be our next sacrifice!
Wing clip, chat. Just wing clip.
You must be Warlord Brekka, Shuja's mother. She always said you'd save our hide.
We're not safe just yet. Where are the others?
Remember the
No idea, but I got a way to find out. You need it? I got it. This here's a tiny version of the Choppy Booster Mark V. Just let me enlarge it. Okay, might have overdone it a bit. Hold on. Ha! Perfect! It ain't pretty, but it gets the job done. Can you hear me, recruit? Looks like the camera's working like a charm.
If it has a camera, then why does someone need to be up there?
I need a backup plan, in case your recruit gets dropped like a rock. Is this thing still on? Hey, Cal! You accepted all liability by agreeing to this.
Be quiet! I see something!
I need to make sure my camera is nice and angled. I need to get better lighting in here. I need to get a light lamp.
Cowards!
soon you will face the full might of the Horde!
Ha! Our dragon will crush them. We have other rituals to oversee. Savor the final moments of your life.
They're bringing a dragon back from the dead? Is it too late for us to run?
We do not run when...
Alright, whatever. Stream. Save. Alright, it's just safer to not do it for kids because your channel. Am I still live? Am I still going? Okay. I'm just making sure everything's still going really well. I'm sorry. This is so new for me.
Time is money, friend. Well,
Like, I've been using Twitch for years.
promised a giant boar.
but-
Now we just gotta deliver. Huh. That ain't right. Let's see. Just gotta... There! Try it now! Oh, who needs a giant boar when we can do that? Here, try it again. Now that's what I'm talking about! Let's get back to Grimax.
I believe in the Alliance one, you become a giant boar, and that's why.
The Horde leaves no one behind.
When you blow up those zombies, remember that my proprietary invention made it happen. Hey, remember that little talk we had about liability? It looks like that rig is about to explode.
Mother, I failed. The Horde. Hang on, Shuja! Recruit with me! Loktar Ogar!
Give me both. That's cool.
Wretched ogre. Let's check on Shuja. Mother, I tried to stop the ogres on my own, but I failed. My strength was not enough. Shuja, the Horde is strong, not when we fight alone, but when we stand united. Now, tell me what's happened here. I will do what... As you command. The ogres are using necromancy to raise a dragon from the dead. They need sacrifices like us to fuel their magic. They're about to start a ritual that will... already begun. They're going to use the life force they've gathered to reanimate the dragon. Then we must take action. Remember that when we band together, the Horde can conquer any challenge. We will bring an end to these rituals before the ogres can complete them. Loktar Ogar!
I'm going to stream until I get at least, good amount of subs.
These ogres will cower before the Horde.
Stay away from the voodoo. Who you be? Lita.
The Horde has endured worse than this. Welcome to the party. Let's see if we can find one of those rituals. A dark pit and darker magic. I think we found the ritual. I wonder if this island... You're the only hope those survivors have left. No pressure.
And make sure you be stopping that ritual.
Feel like that. So we're playing Orc Hunter. Because if you're gonna be a hunter, you gotta be an orc.
A rescue party. Earth Mother, guide their path.
I will harvest your life force, and then those who feel me in here shall burn. You will be kindling for the flame.
I will bear us to safety. Hop on. On-chain, watch over and protect us. Dark magic has brought ruin to this place.
Oh, good. You made it out.
You did good saving the survivors and killing the spiders.
Those spiders had their rightful home destroyed. They deserved better.
Well, if you be putting it that way.
You have a problem with spiders, Wansa?
You seen the spiders we trolls be dealing with? Sure, you'll not be a fan of them either.
We must rescue the others. I will join Bo farther north, where the Harpies roost. Meet me there.
They seem to have captured a forsaken prisoner for their ritual. An alert mind is a strong mind. Persistence can win any battle.
Dispel the foul magic that binds me here. I attempted to bring an end to these rituals. But the ogres ensnared me, drained my power. Free me so I might recover and pass some of my power to you. The spell is weakening. The light returns to me. Ah, freedom. You have my gratitude. Accept my blessing and end the
The Horde will be victorious. I'll cut a path straight through these Harpies.
Count me in.
Fresh meat!
bring you to boss. Boss, counting on me.
Fresh meat!
Interested in some experiment? A shame I must break such a fascinating spell. Keep the harpies away from me!
I only
We don't have.
wanted a bite.
The only thing effective is the only thing I really have that
I've got your back. Let us strike them down.
You do not fight alone. Loftar Ogar!
Something big is coming this way.
Then we slay it together for the Horde!
Don't know how I pulled it off, but okay.
Power comes. Focus.
Stay moderately safe.
I will do whatever it takes. Well fought! We're one step closer to crushing those pitiful ogres.
I mean, when you start streaming, it's never perfect.
The Horde has endured worse than this.
Mithran Dawntrack, do not tarry with those supplies. The sooner you learn how to set this trap, the better.
How you doing, man? Be seen. Need some for an ice mode? Oh, sure. I've got plenty ever since the accident.
The Eternal Sun guides us. Of course, you come set the freezing trap within the Ogre Ruins. The beast that stalks our camp should emerge. Look! It approaches. Ah! Caught it. Wait, I recognize this beast. It was aboard our ship. It must have survived the crash. Mithran Dawntracker, at your service. The Eternal Sun guides us. You must dismiss your current pet to tame another. You can call it back to you later. Give me the word once you are ready to tame the beast. There it goes. Tame it, just like the one before. Another beast tamed. Now you must learn how to place them in a stable. Shirella, keep yourself safe.
Together, we can put an recruit. We push forward. The rest of you, hold this position.
Right, this is where it gets fun. Oh, we're gonna watch videos too, guys, by the way. We're gonna watch videos.
These ogres will cower before the Horde.
See you around. Ooh, a willing test subject. Such a rare find.
Good. Now act like an ogre and get us inside.
Don't speak. Just smile and wave. The dumber you look, the better.
More sacrifices! Go to cooking pit! Wave at Gorgroth! Show what you got!
Keep moving. See if we can learn anything about the ritual.
What do we have here? All the sacrifices? We thought we'd take them to the back. We'll seal them with the wardstones like we did then.
This one got some move.
It is...
You dance good.
I said act like an ogre, not dance like one.
Yo, you can do both.
Warlord Thunderwalker, we have to destroy those seals now!
Raw strength won't be enough. We need to end the spell. Together, we can find them and use them to free the Warlord.
We must rescue the others.
Once we're level 10, it's not so bad. Actually, once they're level 11, it's actually not so bad.
You make good sacrifice.
Once you're level 11, it's not so bad, because then you can, Then you can kill me. We want that ability, trust me. You want Kilgrim, trust me.
Me smash good!
I definitely would never do the game.
Me get smashed! Too late! Follow me, die! Lose.
Now we can do Kill Command, which is the best ability in the absolute game. I mean, I know how to play all the specs, but the only thing I don't like about Marksman is they pretty much go with I like that classes. Like, I like playing that. I actually enjoy it. And I feel like when you play a hunter, part of what makes a hunter fun is the ability of like, that's what makes the hunter fun.
Sacrifices for killing!
And I love the ability. It's Kill Command. I remember for a while Blizzard was like, we'll never bring Kill Command back ever. I was at Kill Shot, and I remember it would be like the biggest deal on Earth, because I remember it was all about, oh, we don't want it, it's broken.
Keep sacrifice. You know,
mind
stop
you,
it.
Warriors had it forever. you know, would execute, and it was like, oh, okay, that's fine. And I remember that was like a whole big deal, and I was like, what? Well, warriors have it, so why can't, you know, hunters have it again? Now, I don't know if I like it that every class can do everything now, pretty much. Like, I don't know if I like that. But I will say, like, I do like, I'm glad I have an extra.
Hold me, die.
Ready to carry. There's overkill, kill. Maybe push and progression, you know, do all that. Now, the reason why I went to YouTube, honestly, is because the Twitch algorithm is horrible. And what I don't like about it is that, like, I know I will never grow on the platform. And with YouTube, because of VODs and how they're set up, I have a higher percentage of chance that
Necromancy!
YouTube will...
It's insane, right?
You have my thanks, but we must still end the ogre's ritual.
Peace, friend.
Apparently I did 100 quests. I remember when this came out, this was like such a big deal. I mean, this is cool, right? Like, I like that they brought this because it actually does teach you to use your class. Like, I mean, I don't know, you know, I mean, I won't say this will make you, you amazing, but you will get a lot better.
We've slain almost all of them. Keep fighting!
All this necrotic energy. The ritual must nearly be complete.
One of the things is, too, is I remember Radiant WoW to be so much fun. Yeah, my favorite.
That's one of Gorgor's bodyguards. What's our plan of attack?
Recruit! You strike first. I'll charge in after you. Let none stand in our way.
We're gonna smash! You no stop ritual!
I'll draw his attention. Shoot ya! Heal our wounds!
As you command.
Loktar!
Unfortunately, this is mostly my rotation right now since I don't have my ability. I think I need that. That's a hunter weapon. That's a hunter weapon. The shield right there, guys. That's a hunter weapon. Big hunter weapon right there. Oh, look, a hunter weapon. I need that. Every meme ever on the internet. Oh look, a hunter one. I need that. The hunter weapon. It's a hunter weapon.
Gorgroth! Prepare to join your precious dragon in death!
Puny vermin! You will not stop the ritual! Not after all we have done! Ravnir will destroy you all!
Strike now! For the Horde!
I didn't even need that. Pop off. Unfortunately, it's literally only about Unfortunately, until you get
He's completing the ritual! Did we stop him?
Cobra shot. You have no way to really do it.
Foolish ogre! You have given me nowhere near enough power! Lokar! Ogar! Victory or death!
Like, I want this as a mount. I really do. Look at this. I want this as a mount. I want her in Now, I understand most driving mechanics, though, so, like, I understand that, like, not to do with his breath. You know, I understand driving mechanics, so... Like, I understand driving. Oh shit, look at that. No bow.
Ah! The ogres and their dragon lie dead at our feet, and the skies shine clear upon our victory.
No bow drop. No bow.
The recruit! Let me know when you're ready to leave
bow,
this place.
I'd much rather
We must find a way back to Orgrimmar. Horde reinforcements. I knew they would find us.
Blood and thunder, soldiers! We've been trying to push our way past the storm.
The Horde has endured Mount a Wyvern and fly home to Orgrimmar. Glory awaits us.
To think those brutes could wield such magic. If only I had more time to study it.
I am glad that you do not. This island must be allowed
I
to
don't know how to check it, how it's set up.
Look! On the horizon! One of our gunships!
Oh, one in Washington, apparently.
An impressive display of the Horde's strength. Those ogres would do well to run and hide. Come, recruits! It is time we return to our home.
Orgrimmar, bulwark of the mighty Horde. Standing as a symbol of pride and resilience, it is here that its citizens gather to barter goods and muster their strength. Their longtime rival, the Imperious Alliance, poses a relentless threat. But no foe can hope to stand against the fearless soldiers of the Horde. Though the Orcs came to this world seeking conquest, your people now stand proudly amongst its greatest champions. Azeroth faces countless threats. Bold heroes are needed to rise up and defend her. For the Horde!
We won't rest until the expedition has been found. I must report to the War Chief. Cork will show you around the city for now.
Ready to make some gold? Betcha that guard can point us to the stables. Well, what'd they say?
Go forth to victory.
Yeesh, that's far. Better stick close to me, kid. Take it sleazy. Welcome to the big time, pal. You're an Orgrimmar now. Anyone who's anyone does business here. Yeah, it's hot and dusty, and the Orcs ain't always hospitable, present company excluded, but it's got charm, huh? Time is money, friend. Let's go. See, the thing about Orgrimmar is that it's a place we could call our own, and that means a lot to people. If the goons in the Alliance had their way, we wouldn't even have that much.
I love that mount. Dude, I love it. I gotta, like, learn to get this channel better. I need a whole new setup, though. I eventually would love... My setup will be very expensive. I have a new desk coming. Alex and I will have to set it up. What I mean by Alex and I mean Alex sets it up and we just kind of... I just create content out of it. Oh, 1,000%. That is 1,000% the quality of the content. This is content. I'm just going to upload everything and hope for... If I just keep throwing everything at the wall, something will stick and somebody will find it entertaining.
Time is money, friend. Let's go. %. We're almost there. The stables are just up that hill.
Looking to buy? May the mists protect you.
That's another cool thing. So, YouTube, the good thing about it, well, like, if I want to stream with somebody who's streaming on Twitch, I can do that and still game with them. You can't, but Twitch is more restrictive on who you stream from their platform and play with, but not the other way around, like with Brave.
Strength and honor.
Roll home. Be safe.
Which is great for when I'm, you know...
Speak, Fred.
You know, I don't have to abide by those rules.
You need it? Let's visit a trainer to learn about specializing your skills.
Those, by rules. Which is a big deal, because that means that's more... means I can do more, basically. I mean, it's gonna be harder to climb. I have a feeling it's gonna be harder to climb on YouTube. but I feel like because of the way the system is set up, I'll get recommended.
How are ya?
Solid choice, friend.
Be seeing ya.
Come on, let's hit the Wyvern's tail. You can buy me a drink.
I'm thirsty, but all my drinks are in the fridge. Which I have a mini fridge right there. Why am I not filling it up? Why am I not filling it up?
Glory to the Horde. Be safe. What can I do for you?
The war chief awaits you in Recruit! I bring word from the war chief.
I always knew you'd make a name for yourself. Watch your back out there, will you? And put in a good word with the war chief for me.
So I've never unlocked BFA flying, so I feel like I'm gonna go do that.
What do you need? Strength.
I can go. Yeah.
What can I help you with? Go forth to victory.
Literally.
Go with honor. Strength.
I mean, it's gonna be a grind, guys. We're gonna do... So, it's gonna be a grind. I'll be very transparent. It's gonna be a grind. I can't do this tutorial.
Stay focused, War Chief. This is the recruit I spoke of. For the
It seems you have an eye for talent, Warlord Grimax. Your skills come highly recommended. I will make use of them. To ensure our victory over the Alliance, the Horde must add strength to its ranks. Nathanos, brief our new arrival on the mission at hand.
Of course, my queen. We will not disappoint you.
I am certain you won't.
What is it? For the Dark Lady.
Much glory awaits you on the battlefield, recruit. Fight with honor, and always remember your training. Lokar Ogar!
I'm very thirsty. How long have I been live? I don't know. I have no idea. Does it tell me how long I've been live? 1 hour and 16 minutes.
It appears the Alliance dogs have lost our scent.
Good, good. Our
journey is almost over.
I hope the war chief's faith is well placed.
She seems very powerful, certain, in control.
It is an honor to serve my queen.
My princess is also strong-willed and sure of herself. Our king has always found her to be challenging.
Almighty Rezan, as always, you come when I ask your aid.
Speak, and I will...
By far, Blizzard has the best cinematics.
I have sought the aid of the Horde.
Cinematics and cutscenes
But my
are the best.
father may not agree with my actions. Advise me. You are the lower of kings and queens.
My eyes see much. They see your boldness, your power, and enemies who fear both.
I'll be right back.
And those who seek your demise are here.
We need cover! Head for that fog bank!
The sails are dead! We've got no wind! We're drinking on water!
We are home.
Ghost face is so good. Oh my god. Alright. So, Ghost Phase is how much do you have? Alright, 2 scoops is 10 calories. 2 grams of carbs. And how much caffeine? That's all we care about. 150. Alright. I need more shakers. I gotta go back to my store. I don't know. So, I don't know. I must have a fuck ton of my storage in it. But I worked at GNC for years, chat. I still work there part-time. I don't know what happened to all my shakers.
There is much to do. Speak quickly.
Let me get Alex on Discord. Discord. I think I have still. I do. I just, sir. All right. Let me call him. Oh, I'm calling him. I'm calling him. Oh, it works. I'm calling him at work. I know he's at work. I don't care. I don't care he's at work. I don't care. I'll make him answer. Voice and video. Okay, everything works. Testing. Alright. Is it working? The answer? No. So, I will make that kid get on Discord. Get on. Get on Discord. I don't care if you're working. No one's coming in at 7:45 at night. This is how I talk to my friends. So this is how I like talk to people.
We
That's
have
how
only
I
a few
talk to
moments
people. No
alone.
one's...
There are things about my kingdom that
This
you
is how I
must
talk
know.
to people, chat. This is literally how
Zandala
I...
is beset by enemies, both within and without. This is
how I literally like... This is literally how I
blood
communicate to
trolls
people.
surge across our northern border. They drag our people off to the swamps of Nazmir, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, the Zenchuli Council, scheming politicians and decrepit old tusks, dismisses this threat. They convince my father that nothing need be done.
I'm literally calling this kid, and I'm like... He's like, I'm on the phone. I'm like, you're at work. Why are you on the phone? You're at work.
Princess.
Why are you on the work?
When you left, you told your father you were going exploring, not negotiating with mongrels from the Horde.
You are sworn to protect this kingdom. If you will not do your duty, then I must look for
Y'all are
someone
lucky
who will.
I'm not, like,
The best
making
way
spicy
to
page
protect
content
the
right now.
kingdom would be for me to banish this thing to Voldoon.
That is
The
the
Horde
quality
has no
of my-
place in Zandala. Nor you. Your father is displeased that you have brought these creatures here. He has ordered me to collect you.
Know this. Father is set in his ways,
really good,
but
actually.
he is most observant. I would wager he already
know,
knows of your
like, I don't
role
even
in
follow
freeing
FaZe
me from
Clan,
Stormwind.
But
Just
the
show
flavor is
respect
really good. 'cause
and let
it's
him do
basically...
the talking.
Oh, thank you so much,
hopefully he will
Hope.
not throw you off the pyramid.
Awesome, man. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a Pokemon another chat later on when my buddy gets on live tonight. But right now, we're just kind of doing some wild grinding right now. But yes, awesome, dude. Thank you so much for coming to hang out on here.
I will do whatever I must to keep my people.
My king, the Horde has
I'm waiting
only
for,
come to steal
Alex
our
to come on.
Navy for their undead war chief.
This
Yeah,
champion
man, definitely.
defied the might of Stormwind to save
Yeah,
Zul
definitely,
and me. Such bravery merits an audience.
Definitely, I'm trying to
Father.
get used to it.
Enough! I will decide what to do.
This is my
with
first
outsider.
YouTube stream, so it's still a little wonky. But yeah, come hang out. You know, tell them to come
You
join
seek our
chat.
fleet's might
Very
against the
no,
alliance.
chill.
But my daughter is right as well. Rescuing her showed great courage, a trait I admire. Kalanji worries that I do not see our true enemies. Know that I am not as blind as she fears. Let us see if the Horde can prove its worth to Zandala. Let them stay in the Great Seal as my guests. For now.
Only the Zandalari may walk those sacred halls. The law states.
The law is what I say it is, for so long as I am king. The eyes of the kingdom rest upon you, champion. This day, I name you Speaker of the Horde. It is good to be the king.
I'm gonna be streaming for a while, man. So yeah, definitely, and greatly appreciate you putting in the Discord. So Alex just texted me. He's leaving work now. He's gonna go home, eat some food, and then we're gonna do the Space Coast Gym chat. So we'll be switching from WoW then over to all the Pokemon, Ant-Man chat, all the stuff. So he just texted me now. So probably, and I would say 40 minutes we'll be doing the chat. Oh, it's down here. So, because I'm a hunter, we're gonna say gravity sucks. Ha! Sorry. I'm a hunter. Let me get to E4 by the way real quick. Let me get to my E4 page. Alright. E4. Alright. So, log in. Log in. Get into E4. I made a post earlier, and I want to see what everyone's really saying. Alright.
Come, hero. Let me show you around. It is said that the Great Seal is one of the only things still standing that is older than the Zandalari Empire. My father keeps many of his treasures here in the Royal Vault. You can find your Nightborn friend in the Hall of Ancient Paths. Come see me when you are done looking around.
Alright, so Alex texted me. He's going to be coming in shortly, so we'll get that going. I'm in the E4 forums.
Princess Talanji was kind enough to
let me get in Discord. Hanging out. Is there like an advertise yourself? I don't like to go into this Discord too much and like be disrespectful. Just because it is Rattle's Discord, and I like try to be like content. Okay, content, self promotion, live. Oh wait, no, that's we don't want to promote. We don't want to show that. Nope, we do not want to be doing that. We don't want to be showing that off because that will get me in trouble. Okay, copy. Live and first stream. Alright. I don't like to do too much without being, okay. I just like to make sure I'm like really respectful in all the Discords. I'm always trying to be very, very, anytime I'm in anyone's Discord, I'm always trying to,
Zandalar forever.
I texted Alex, so he's gonna be, I texted him. I'm waiting for him to answer.
Times change, and so must be Zandalari.
Alright, so yes, I am waiting for him to call me. Once he calls me, I will Alright.
I am listening. Dichuka Zandala.
What do you require? Trust no one.
Alright, so Alex will be on shortly, and then we're going to be getting off WoW, and we're going to do the video call for Space Coast, Space Coast Gem. So, our first stream didn't go as well. When him and I did our first VOD, it didn't go as well. But the goal is we're going to be doing the podcast once a week. We'll do the live on my channel, and I think on his channel as well. But then our VODs and our actual podcasts will be on our Space Coast channel, and then we're also going to be on Spotify and Apple. So we are in the process of doing all that.
Predator, you made this mess, my prophet. Now go clean it up.
As you will it will be so. Only I have foreseen that Foljamba will not die by my hand.
Then take our new speaker with you and be done with it.
Ah, yes. They have proven themselves useful.
It's so good. Oh, dude, the Fate is so good. I really want it. So, a couple of my buddies actually work at Ghost. So I was a manager at TNC for years, and a couple of my buddies who I used to work with are now reps for Ghost. And
do not concern yourself.
Calling in favors for free shit.
We have far more important matters to address.
It's one of those again. I'm just trying to ask for free stuff. Oh, I'm 100%. I'm calling in favors. 1000%. I want free stuff. 1000.
Speak, and the lower listen.
Dude, I love caffeine. Then we'll be getting to that, so. He won't be on for a little bit, so. We got a few minutes before Alex goes on. I don't think he's even home yet. No. The store closes at 8. It takes him about 20 minutes to get home, so then we'll do the podcast. And we're gonna do the podcast for a few hours, so. Oh my god. So I applied to be a rep, by the way, guys. Because my bachelor's is in communication. And I actually do have 10 years of sales and marketing experience. And I have my bachelor's degree. I was the manager of a supplement store for years. Like, I have the resume for it, so I just... I just never heard back. This is where you get into the quality of high quality. The highest quality, low quality content on the internet, guys, I provide. So I have to make that very clearly. You can go to one of these other channels and they're all put together. Oh, shit. Yo.
Yo.
Alright, give me 1 second. I'll get out of there.
That is fine. Let me see if I can get this formatted in a good way.
You're good. I wasn't sure, like, when you were getting home because the store doesn't close until 8.
No, that's on Fridays and Saturdays only.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. I don't know what. I swear you guys just make up your own hours now.
I mean... Yeah.
Oh, Brandon's coming.
I mean, like...
Brandon's coming, like, the 27th, I believe.
Cool.
He texted me. Because he wanted to know. I told him just to leave me stuff because I have to work.
Yeah. Myra's gonna swing by tomorrow to drop off your stuff.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm too big of a fan of this idea of doing the video call while I'm on my cell, since I'm recording stuff.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
it's perfect. Oh, it's good.
Well, no, just because of the formatting on my end.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean,
because of myself.
I mean, my stream is recording all this. You can always edit my VOD and just kind of like, you know, clip it and...
Let me see. Okay, so I do need to do a quick test and then I'll jump off the call. I need to see if this is going to be recording how this sounds, because I'm going to try and use my earbuds. So let me do that.
You're my whole screen right now, so... You are my whole screen right now. So.
Well, you should have yourself on the screen as well, bud.
I don't. Okay.
That's why this isn't. If we're gonna do it this way, this is when you go through Skype or Zoom.
Well, I like Discord's supposed to allow you to do all of this. Okay, like.
Yeah, but I could because I'm not doing this on the computer, but I am because of the way I'm doing it.
Okay, share your screen. Not to share my screen. Turn on camera. I mean, my camera is already on, so... Can you see my face?
Give me 1 second to get back into the call.
Can you see my face?
No, you don't... No, because your camera's not on.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Alright. Let me see why this... Okay, let me, like... Alright.
It's loading like it's trying to give me video, so
okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, my camera is working, and I'm streaming literally right now, so...
Yeah, but did you give Discord, camera permissions?
Okay, give me one of my settings. Hold on.
That's fine. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute you for a second because I'm going to go check this test video.
Okay. Well, yep, my camera. OBS. Yeah. Test video. It's OBS virtual cam. Maybe I need the OBS virtual camera. I don't know. Okay, this is like we're gonna test this. If you can see me. Alright, are you not able to see me?
I'm still not able to see you. The test sounded okay. It might be using my phone. It might, Mike, it might be using my earbud.
My camera is on, and I have it... Okay, is it my regular CS? Hold on, give me a second. This is gonna upset me. Alright, it may also be because I'm doing my stream at the same time, but I don't know why, because I want OBS virtual camera, maybe? Let's try that.
OBS? It's showing me an OBS thing now. Like, literally has the OBS logo, and it says no camera. That's why. That's why. So what you want to do is, you don't have it set up. So I was gonna say, what you want to do is have the
Actually,
you
people
want
come into my chat right now. Actually, people coming for my Pokemon. People coming in. So.
Okay. Well, what I was gonna say is, what you'd want to do is set it up so you don't have OBS using your camera. Discord uses the camera for future reference.
So
and then what?
So.
Okay, so because I'm handling just the audio stuff, unless you want me to post this on YouTube. I can also just post. I can give you the lot. I'll figure it out for the YouTube stuff.
Okay. I mean, right now I actually had like Professor Oak just came into my Discord. I posted it in a couple of the other big Discords. I'm like, hey. So.
Okay.
So I posted my link right in there.
So what we'll do is. Let me see if I can get my phone decently set up here.
Gotcha.
And because I don't have anything really holding my. Oh, that's what. Okay, so we're not recording yet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my phone stand.
I mean, I'm already recorded, so I've been recorded. So. And I am a bunch of caffeine, and I got my Ghost Gamer, so I'm good. So I am abusing caffeine today. That is the plan.
Sounds like it.
No early bedtime tonight for John, okay? Like, otherwise, listen, if I don't abuse caffeine, early bedtime is like 6 o'clock and John is out.
We'll use this instead.
I'm officially at the part. I'm officially at the part of old person where like 4:30 dinner time, 6 o'clock bedtime. I like it.
Unless you use caffeine.
I skipped my 30s and I went right to my 80s.
Alright, let's see here.
Put some Madlock on, I'll call it a night. That is how old I am, alright? My parents watched Madlock. I am that old. My parents are in their 70s, okay? I made the statement. I accept it. So, but I look great for 30, so it's fun. Just when I wake up, everything cracks and pops and eggs. So that's also like...
Alrighty then.
Alright, I don't know if you heard all that.
Okay, I did hear all of that, John.
Okay, oh my god. So I gotta talk Ant-Man. I really need to talk it. I gotta talk Pokemon. I have so much to talk about.
Okay, so I'm gonna get this recording going then.
Okay, because I have so much to talk about. This is gonna be a very long stream tonight.
We gonna go for the full 2 hours?
Oh, absolutely. I've already been streaming for 2 hours, right? So that's like a 5-hour stream for me today.
So, before, I feel bad for anybody who's already in your chat, but I will say this. Before you officially get into this whole entire, we're gonna stream, you should technically be separating these, because this is for the podcast. I would have stopped and restarted, but you already have people in your chat. So we're not gonna do that.
No, I know. So what happened was I would have done that originally separately, but literally how YouTube does their verification process, when I say I put it in yesterday, my 24 hours ended an hour and a half before I started my stream. And I was like, fuck it, we're in, let's go. Let's turn it off. I was like, fuck it, we're in, let's do this.
Okay. So, welcome back to another episode of Space Coast Gym. I'm Alex, I'm Trainer Alex, and I am with...
Gym Leader John, what's up?
So, this is episode 2.
Yes. Our first... Actually, let's just call this episode 1.5, because episode 1 was not done very well.
It was not done very well.
I mean, we basically ran the entire process on our phones and a Guitar Hero guitar. That's about the quality of, like, what we got.
So, okay, he's not wrong. I take that out of the ear.
This one we're running off a DDR mat instead. So...
Okay, so... Alright, so... What are we doing? What are we? So, Space Coast Gym, we're into a lot of things. We're into a whole bunch of nerdy stuff, and we're gym rats. We're the typical gym rats.
Chad, just for future reference, let me show you what my office looks like. So, it's not just an actual, like,
I'm using the
degenerate corner. This is also my office. of this is sealed Pokemon product. You're talking about 4 years of degenerately shopping and buying, and also I have way more too in my kitchen right now, where I have sealed graded video games that I just have no space for shelving this, because we're also beginning doing a video where Alex builds my desk and my shelving, because right now Brittany, my fiance, is very sick of my current, box situation.
Okay, well, we have to figure out time to do that.
Yes, okay.
I'll be honest, at this rate, she should get ready until the end of April, because you need to get through tax season.
Yes. Did that go through? I don't know if it did or not. Okay.
So today's episode is going to mostly be on Collecticon.
Yes. And Ant-Man.
But we're going to kick it off with a few other things. First things first, we're going to kick it off because John needs to get it out of his system, as he said. Just a heads up, so for today, for the Space Coast Gym channel, you will not be seeing John's face because of his Discord and OBS settings for his current stream. So you'll be seeing my beautiful face and a picture of John, because that's how Discord is showing it.
Yes.
Next week, we'll go ahead and get his OBS set up to have a separate recording for this. That way it doesn't use the camera, and it'll just capture from his screen capture. And I'll walk him through doing that.
Yes, please do.
Because I've done it, and I've only used OBS. I used OBS for a collective 6 months, I think, and John's been using it for a collective 4 years, and I know more about OBS than he does.
Let me explain something first off. So I have always just done everything directly through Twitch, and a lot of this stuff is already integrated directly into Twitch. And the thing about it is that I kind of had a mental moment where let's be real. I have 5 people in my chat coming back and forth a lot, and people will funnel in. But all of my years on Twitch, the most viewers I've ever had, and I'll be very generous, was on a launch of Destiny, and I've had 35 viewers in my chat. And the problem with that is the way the algorithm is set up, that unfortunately I will never grow, okay? Whether I stream World of Warcraft, Hogwarts Legacy, Destiny, whatever the hell I stream, the algorithm will not allow me to grow. The advantage with YouTube is, because of the way YouTube does it, and it's not, especially with YouTube Gaming is now the new direction they're going, basically the algorithm, if you type in Pokemon podcast or you type in World of Warcraft, the system will automatically recommend my videos. So even if my views don't directly get in the actual live chat, my overall views on my channel will grow. Because I've had
Which is why I always liked YouTube.
Because I have passive videos from last year's Collecticon, and I have not posted on my YouTube channel forever. And I had 35 views on that channel video. And I'm I didn't even know, I didn't even have it just randomly the system recommends it. So, and that's another factor. The thing about it is that everyone has a YouTube account. My mom has a YouTube account. Everyone. I'm sure the most untech savvy people know what a YouTube is. Twitch, not everyone understands that.
Yeah. So, and that's why I've always used YouTube, is because I knew about over time passive. The passiveness. Okay, cool. Eventually, I will slowly build views, and people will come back. But that's not what we're here for today. So to kick things off, the reason I know, but I will say this, the reason I know more about OBS than John is I played around with it for probably 3 days straight before we first used it. I have a background in video production. So OBS, to me, it's especially the way I formatted mine on my old computer, it was set up like if I was doing video editing. So I was basically, instead of having to go in and go use my video editing software, I was editing. Basically, as long as I didn't have to cut chunks out, I could do my transition, switch between everything just by clicking.
Also, you need to teach me TikTok, because I feel like it's an untapped market, and I have no idea how to work TikTok.
Okay. We'll get there eventually, John. But so let's kick things off today. let's talk Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. So, let's start right now, with a wow, spoiler warning. Wow, my brain's not working tonight. Spoiler warning. Now, this movie's been out for like 2 weeks now.
It's been a little longer. Almost a month now, though, right? Like, came out like the middle of February.
Maybe. So, I'm gonna say this. If you haven't seen the movie yet, then, that's kind of on you. But jump forward a few minutes, probably. We'll try and make this quick. So starting off with Quantumania, if you don't know the basis of the movie, Ant-Man, the Wasp, and his daughter Cassie and Hank and his wife, they all get sucked down. Basically, this is our true introduction to Kang. Kang is a Marvel villain, normally from the future, who comes to the past through multiversal, all this other stuff. And if you have been paying attention to the MCU for the past, like, year-ish, we've really been, chugging our way towards this is the next direction of this saga of Marvel. John, I know Marvel, I'm not going to say in and out, but pretty well. More well-versed than John. So John comes to me a lot. And he has some things that he wanted to vent that when we were starting to discuss last week about things, I went, this would be great for a podcast. So let's go ahead and hear it, John.
All right. So I will say I have seen every single Marvel film, okay, since they've done the MCU, okay? So I have to make that statement. I've seen every single Marvel MCU film. I have seen most of the shows, but not all of them. So I was pretty, understanding. And one of the things that I basically, my fiance and I binged-watched Loki, 2 days...
A week ago now.
Literally a week ago, right before we saw the movie. We, literally were we gotta binge-watch all of this to basically get to the point. And I gotta say, I've noticed a direction on all these, Marvel shows. I almost feel like the first 2 to 3 episodes... I don't know where your video went. You disappeared.
I had to cut it off for a second.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Just go ahead.
Okay, so basically, every I swear, the first 2 episodes of all of these shows could almost just, not exist, and it would probably still be a very good show. Because it's almost like you're quite, let me put it, if you didn't tell me that I had to watch it and hey, just get through it, I wouldn't have done it. My in-laws have not even, they can't get past the first episode of WandaVision. And I'm I get it, I understand it. So I have always said that I'm a little bit more above average than the typical, person to go see a Marvel movie, but I'm nowhere near you are. But my fiance is 100% the average goer, right? She can go see a Marvel movie, and normally before, in phases 1 through 3, with exception to Infinity Wars and Endgame, you could pretty much not see a Marvel movie, and you wouldn't be lost, and then go see the next one, you wouldn't really be lost. For Phase 4, going into Phase 5, that is exact opposite. If you do not watch the shows, you are so clueless into the films. However, I will also say, and what made it really disappointing, we'll get more into it, this was even though this movie starts Phase 5, I almost feel like you could, if you haven't seen it, just wait another 2 months until it's on Disney Plus and watch it then, because it wasn't worth me spending $40 for 2 movie tickets and snacks and everything to go see this film. That to me is the biggest thing I took away from this. Most of the time when I see Marvel movies, I enjoy seeing them in the theater. This one I felt like I would have still watched, but I could have just watched at home on Disney Plus later on, and I would have been caught up and just fine.
Yes. That is for sure. Give me 1 second, my phone is acting up now.
Right.
Are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm listening to you.
No, I don't know why, but I had to take my earbud out for a second, and now it won't reconnect.
Okay, because I hear you.
So now I guess I'm just running through my speaker since
I hear you just
my
fine.
phone.
You actually sound better.
I know. Okay, then never gonna use the earbud again. So no, I completely agree. I unfortunately missed like half of what you were saying because there was an issue with my dog, and I had to go take care of that.
Gotcha.
So here's the thing. So if you haven't seen the movie yet, or even if you have, and when it comes to Disney Plus or other ways to watch the movie, I would say don't view it as an Ant-Man movie. Because I've watched some stuff and I've heard some people say basically this didn't feel like an Ant-Man movie. And they're not wrong. It didn't feel like an Ant-Man movie. It felt like it was a movie disguised as an Ant-Man movie, wearing a mask. It's the whole entire saying, I'm a dude playing a dude dressed as another dude, or something like that. Basically, if you don't know what that's a reference to, it's Tropical Thunder with Robert Downey Jr. It's the joke of Robert Downey Jr. is a guy who's playing an actor who's playing this character. It's basically, that's how this felt. Or if you want to go Scooby-Doo style, old school Scooby-Doo, where the villain is wearing, the bad guy is wearing a mask that's wearing a mask. That's kind of how this felt. So this felt like, okay, this is really, look at it this way. This is a movie about Kang. And this is the first time we've ever gotten a true introduction to a movie, to a MCU villain before the main event. So in reference to, so look at Thanos. We got clips of Thanos, cool, whatever. We didn't truly see Thanos until Infinity War. There's a 2-part Kang Dynasty type thing. I think it's Secret Wars and then you got Kang Dynasty right afterwards, and they're gonna play into each other. A couple years down the road now. Well, hold on. We didn't have that. We went, okay, Infinity War, now we're seeing Thanos and he's here now. And then we had to follow up and fix everything with Endgame. Well, now we're seeing a movie that Kang is truly in and playing a part. Just like they say to the one, He Who Remains is technically a Kang variant, but he's not a Kang. So, like, he's trying to prevent what he's seen as Kangs before. He's trying to, hey, this isn't good for the universe. We don't need all these Kangs. He's trying to protect and what is seen as the best timeline and prevent multiversal contamination to keep things pure. And hey, he did a good job. And as you see, this is all in Loki. So if you haven't seen Loki, you're kind of screwed with all this talk. But so you have to look at them as two separate people. So this is the introduction of basically Secret Wars and fighting the big bad, who is Kang, who's coming to kind of take over, kind of like, Thanos. But in a different way, and we're going to be talking about multiple universes at that point. We've already gotten a little bit of a dip into that with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. So, and that gives us the magic side of things, the supernatural side of things versus the scientific side of this stuff. I'll say that. So don't look at this as an Ant-Man movie. They wanted to introduce someone. They decided that he was going to come from the multiverse. Who deals with the multiverse? Ant-Man. So now we're going to have this Ant-Man thing. But it didn't feel like how it should have been. So let's look at all the other movies recently as well, kind of handing off the torch to, we kind of discussed this last week, Young Avengers, or the next phase. Ant-Man is kind of he's like, yeah, I'm semi-retired. If they need me, yeah, I'll come up. No. He's like, part of it he's putting on the show, you can tell in the movie, but if there's a need, he'll come back. But we get introduced to Cassie, his daughter. Well, we're being shown Cassie. I didn't feel like the torch was really passed to her. We didn't get to see why is she like this. Why does she have a suit? Did she have a suit for just fun? Because she's like, hey, Dad, I want a suit. And he was like, Hank, let's make her a suit. I want to see that story more fleshed out. I think that's the movie that we should have seen, and maybe like, okay, at the halfway through or towards like the last third of the movie, they get sucked into the multiverse still.
I almost feel like this should have been spoiler alert. I almost feel like this should have almost been like, you remember like Guardians of the Galaxy, like the first one where Ronan was the main villain? But we started seeing appearances of Thanos. MODOK should have been the villain of this film, and they could have just referred like he was privately talking to Kang. And then like when we have Guardians or another main like you know kind of important set of heroes, I feel like they could have been the first time to introduce Kang. But we should have seen like a cameo of Kang where like, okay, MODOK is the villain. Because obviously the actor they had, play MODOK is a reference to the first Ant-Man. And they could have had that and had him be the villain and set up for Kang better. Because I just feel like Ant-Man was not... I love Paul Rudd, I do. But I don't feel... But he's just not who I would see when it came to... Kang, especially when we're gonna get a Guardians movie in like a month. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like we could have had like, I think Guardians of the Galaxy would have done very well. I know we're gonna probably see more with Fantastic Four because obviously Kang has always been
so Kang is normally introduced with the Fantastic Four.
Yes, so but that's so late in the year. I can see that too. Like
if they had better plans, I could have seen. Let's do the like they go like this. They say, hey, okay. We're going to go ahead, we're going to make this movie. It's going to technically be the last third of the movie. It's going to be an introduction to the next movie. Where, maybe. So, let's say, the Fantastic Four have secretly existed. Let's do this the Spider-Man Homecoming round. Hero already exists.
Right.
Everything else, right? That's how we get introduced to the Fantastic Four. We don't need an introduction to the Fantastic Four. We've seen the two main ways on film before, and they've gone bad. And just like how with Spider-Man, we don't need to see the different variations of how Spider-Man becomes Spider-Man. Let's skip all that shit. People who've watched the cartoons, seen other cartoons that Fantastic Four has been in, all of that, movies, anything, they've seen the Fantastic Four now. So let's skip that. We do the last third, so they still get sucked in because Cassie's been playing and Hank have been playing around with quantum stuff, so they go and everything else. So then she activates her beacon and everything else, and then we're sucked in. Then they're like trying to get the bearings, trying to get back together and everything. They get back together, and Hank builds a beacon back out, a beacon that goes to Reed Richards. And then next thing we know, we got our Fantastic Four movie where they have to go in and rescue them.
I could see them have done like a cameo.
That would have been a good. That's a good movie, right?
Like if they would have brought a cameo of somebody, like what it could have been, John Krasinski or the new guy that's supposed to be, I guess, potentially supposed to be the new casting of Mr. Fantastic. I'm not really sure what the whole direction with it. They could have brought him a cameo in there because it seems especially because if you looked at the direction of these most recent ones, No Way Home. We had Spider-Man, and you had Doctor Strange. Multiverse of Madness, we had the So it seems like they're bringing in two different, characters we could have gotten in this film, and they didn't have to do a whole thing. You could have still made it more about Ant-Man, but we could have gotten a couple appearances from Mr. Fantastic, or we could have gotten something to basically say, because, hey, he's the villain of,
Well, so what I'm thinking of is not even post-credit scene it. I would have done something more like, okay, like I said, the first 2/3 of the movie, I want to see, Ant-Man, Paul Rudd's character, getting back on his feet after the blip, reconnecting with his daughter, everything else, because we see that there's a lot of issues going on. I wanted to see that. Then that last third, we have them sucked into the quantum realm, trying to get their bearings, getting back together, everything else. We see MODOK. MODOK is chasing them, okay? But they still don't technically have a way to get out, remember? So I would like to see Okay, so Hank builds a beacon, goes to Reed Richards, last 5 minutes of the movie, boom, Fantastic Four show up to rescue them, but they're not rescued yet because they still got to go defeat Kang the Conqueror, and then we get and then that's the Fantastic Four movie. Okay, so then you have the Fantastic Four movie where they're all teamed up. So we have a couple of established characters of Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they're the one. And so they're helping out. They're kind of like, hey, Hank is still more of the expert in the quantum realm, but all scientists who do stuff, they're gonna scientist. And hey, Reed Richards, who's always played around with multiversal theories and stuff, probably would have experienced something involving quantum realm. So now we got, boom, Reed Richards. That's why, boom, Reed Richards, quantum realm, let's go. And now we got the Fantastic Four, and they're teamed up, and maybe they're still new. Like, they've had their powers for maybe a year, or maybe they got their powers due to coming back from the blip or something. We get flashbacks of that to see, hey, maybe this is how they kind of got their superpowers, like in having conversation with Ant-Man and Cassie, and they're like, so how did you guys get all your unique powers? And then we get little cutbacks to each of them telling their story in the beginning of the Fantastic Four movie while they're on their way to sneaking around the quantum realm to go find Kang and go defeat him. I could have seen that being a great movie, a great tie-in for Fantastic Four to just get them in there so it doesn't feel like a complete brand new startup.
No, I agree with that, and I'll be honest.
That would have been an amazing movie. So, and this is when Kevin Feige, for some reason, finds our little old podcast and goes, "You're both hired. Come up with better movie ideas for us."
We can't be any worse. So listen, I've seen the most recent Star Wars films. Okay, we can't be any worse. All right, all right, we can't be worse. All right, if we can get Thor Ragnarok, then we can be, Marvel, writers. Okay, we'll be just fine.
No, you're right. I want to be the concept guy.
I will gladly. We can't be any worse. All right, we don't have to even get a real important Marvel character. Give me such a random character. Okay, oh my god, what's a character that no one cares about in Marvel, but we kind of want to see a film? We're trying to think what would be such a mediocre hero but we need a film.
I'm thinking.
I'm trying to think of who is somebody
all the ones that I would normally say. I would normally say Falcon or Hawkeye. They just got shows, so they got flushed out at least.
Right. I'll be I'm trying to think of
I mean, I can think of
I mean, if it was DC, I could have named 6 different heroes.
I know, right?
Because I feel DC has so many throwaway heroes. We're all right, we got this.
Marvel doesn't really fuck shit up.
I know they don't.
At least it doesn't fuck shit up. So, in their comics have always been good that no character feels underrated because they all make a rotation into the.
Oh my god! Okay, all right, I got an idea. We get.
Okay.
All right. We get. All right. Just listen to me here for a second. We get a pre-story, especially because we know they've hinted at the X-Men. What if we
thing?
No, I'm thinking. What if we got to do a Cyclops movie? Cyclops and his brother. Because they both have their powers, their parents die. We could do that movie. Where it leads up to when he joins the X-Men.
I'll be honest though. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because I'll be honest.
I don't want to make a rogue. I don't want to make a rogue film. That's too dark. I don't want to do dark. Because Rogue is basically a Black Widow film.
Fine. You want to... No. Rogue is not a Black Widow film. But, I got you. I got you one. If you want to go mutant-wise, you do a Gambit... We finally get a Gambit movie. But we don't get Gambit involved with the X-Men until the end. Or even X-Force. I want Gambit when he's the King of Thieves.
You know what the movie I really want, but we're not doing DC?
I want King of Thieves Gambit.
You know what
that would be good.
I really want, but we're never gonna, because we're not doing DC. Let's make a Beast Boy movie. We could do that. We can make a Beast Boy movie, and it would be absolutely hilarious.
Beast Boy's always better off in a team.
Like, you gotta have his lead up, okay? I want to transform into animals. Okay, let's do this. Let me make a giant green monkey with a banana on screen. I can do that, alright? Like, that is the quality of effort I can give you.
Do you watch Titans on HBO?
The real Titans, not the girly, anime that Cartoon Network bastardized them, that, like, in my childhood.
Whoa. Do not be shitting on Young Justice. Beast Boy and Young Justice is a little
No. Did you see, like, Teen Titans Go now they have? That bastardized...
No, I'm talking about Titans, the HBO, like, rated PG-13 borderline R.
I haven't seen that. But, no, so, I feel like we can, but we're going a little off topic. So, basically, my whole big thing is, this film should have really been the final arc of Scott and Cassie, and how they could have done it would have been perfect. You could have done this with two ways. One is I stand by that MODOK should have been the villain in this film, especially because when he was it Dan his name was, or Dave, I forgot it was, and he almost killed Cassie as Yellow Jacket. That could have been a perfect full circle, okay? And he could have been like, he's MODOK now, and you could have had similar how Ronan was with Thanos. Okay, where we saw pieces of Thanos, but we didn't see Thanos yet. That could have been it with Kang. On top of it, what I also would have wanted to see is that, I'm going to jump to the end. The line where Scott Lang says to to Kang, I don't have to win, I just have to make sure you lose, should have been the moment right there where Cassie and Hank and all of them get back into Earth 616, they shut the gate, and then Hank and Kang are trapped in the quantum realm.
Hank and Kang or
Paul Rudd gets trapped in because that way we know Kang didn't lose. Kang is so powerful, but now they have to kind of way to get Scott out of there, and Cassie's gonna kind of take role as Stinger, and this could have been a way of transitioning, because then you're right, that beacon could have gone to Mr. Fantastic, and then that could have been a way we could get a Mr. Fantastic and a Scott Ant-Man.
Okay, if Hank is on the Earth side of that portal, hold on, I want to tweak that a little bit, because it is an Ant-Man movie, so it's still supposed to be happy and wholesome a little bit there.
Because in the comics, he does kill. He does kill Ant-Man in the comics.
I know, but Wasp flies back. Hope flies back to the portal. I would have loved, and then it closes. I would have loved Hope to fly back through still when it closes. Or no, she came back after they reopened it. I would have loved her to go back, pop back through last second as they're all trying to scramble and figure out what to do, and she just jumps through, and then it closes, and then it's like, and then Hank, what's her name, the wife, and Cassie are like, what the hell just happened? And then that would have been amazing to me, because that would have been that would have been a good way to do it. Plus, then they're trapped there. Hank goes, let me make a call. We get a call, and then it cuts off, right? And then post-credit scene, that call is the Reed Richards, and it's like, because I need help.
The thing about it is, there really is two options, right? Like, we're either going to get a Fantastic Four where they're going to set up Doctor Doom, or in the comics, where Fantastic Four goes after Ramen Tut, which we saw at the post-credit scene.
Mm-hmm.
And that could have been a Kang appearance, and then basically the post-credit scene could have been a Doctor Doom. Because we all know after the Kang saga is over, Doctor Doom is the next one on the list. We all already know that's what's going to happen. So basically, my theory should be is that I don't want an intro story of the Fantastic Four. We don't need that. We just had like with Spider-Man. We didn't need to see him be bit by the spider. We didn't need that. We could have just had it set up. They're going to go fight Ramen Tut, and then we get a cameo post-credit scene, which, feeds the whole a little bit of you know, it feeds the Dr. Doom fetish because we know everyone's like, oh, I want to get, you know, whatever, because we know he's a little later on. But then you could have had this set up where, hey, Scott is trapped in the quantum realm with Kang, and Kang is on a rampage and he's got his powers back. He doesn't have his time chair, but he has his power, so he's still powerful. Because the reality of it is, Kang the Conqueror has to be the big bad. I don't want just a version of Kang. I need, and the end of Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars, Kang the Conqueror has to be the big bad, not one of his alternate reality versions. I want that Kang, especially for what they set this film up. It has to be him.
Yeah, no, I mean that would have been good, but we are at just over 30 minutes in. So let's go ahead and move over to the purpose of this video today, because we can talk that sort of stuff forever.
I know, okay. I suppose this pot is most of this is just, you know, rambling on of. This is. I said it very clearly in my chat.
These are different theories. These are different directions that we would have taken.
This is the highest quality of low quality content on the internet. That's what I provide for people. Okay, you come to my channel because you're like, I can't get into Tim the Chatman's chat. And I'm tired of, you know, watching chat roulette, so I'm like, screw it. I'm gonna watch, you know, two dudes on the internet who have no place to be on the internet. All right, that's what I want.
Moving to the next section of today's video. Next section of today's video, we're gonna be talking about Collecticon.
Yes.
So a little bit back, we went into the background of Collecticon last week. Collecticon is a multi-convention across the United States. Happens different times. That way people don't have to worry about traveling to one specific one. The one that we went to is Orlando, the one in Orlando, Florida, because as we mentioned last week, we live in Florida.
Yes.
And we live pretty close to the Orlando one as well, so it was nice. It's also the one that kicks off the year, so it kind of sets the precedent for how all the others are going to go, especially the ones that are later in the year that they have time to make changes. So I think that's something that we should do before we get. I'm going to be off track for 1 second. Is we should go to an Orlando one year, John, and maybe not LA because that one would be crazy, but the one that's right before LA, which I think is Denver.
It's Denver, yeah.
I would love to go to see what's different, just to see, hey, do they correct things that happened that were bad at ours in Orlando and make them better at this one?
Oh, yeah.
That's just something I think that would be cool to check out when you're willing to have money.
I've talked with other people. Denver's about 3 times the size of even Orlando.
So Orlando, but it's good. Orlando's always their test for how they do things.
Partly because all the West Coast people can go there, and I'll be real, the West Coast people have way more money than the East Coast people do.
Oh yeah,
like they just have more money.
Getting back into it, so Collecticon is a convention for collectors, as it sounds like. Collecticon is primarily based around Pokemon trading cards. And honestly, MetaZoo now. It's big.
It wasn't as bad this year as the year before, MetaZoo.
Yes, it was still pretty big though because they still had a specific booth.
You're right.
Or like bank of booths. You're gonna have voice actors for them stuff. Last year they did a decent chunk of Pokemon voice actors. This year it was more on the anime base, in my opinion. You're gonna have some people who are like some pretty big names out there. Like Gary, King of Pokemon is his handle, right?
I love Gary. Yep.
Yes, and other people, and it's more than just sports cards, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, MetaZoo, Magic the Gathering. It's more than that. There's Funkos, there's Loungeflies. My girlfriend got 2 Loungeflies while we were there.
Brittany got 2 Stuffies and a Pikachu Loungefly. Yeah, it was pretty.
Retro games, old school, physical. Get action figures and like toys and stuff.
It was a lot more diverse this year than I think even last year. Last year it was pretty much just trading cards, and
it's been picking up speed. Remember, it has really picked up speed in the past.
They even put it in the bigger section of the convention this year.
So, John and I mostly for the Pokemon stuff. John is more into the Pokemon collecting than I am. I'm more of the amateur. He's more on a professional level.
I'm more of a degenerate. Yes. My fiance still wants to marry me. Yes, I know. I told her.
That's very impressive.
Listen, do you know how many people loved my Hawaiian Pokemon?
I know.
And everyone was like, "Where'd you get that?" I'm like, "The missus got it for me." And they're like, "She's so supportive. That's how we like keep her. You cannot find that." Like, nobody was.
in the comments on our hats. By the way, if we're ever at if you're ever at an Orlando convention, especially Collecticon, and you're looking for us and you don't see our faces, look for our hats. I got John one last year, and I got one as well.
I need to get a new. We gotta get a. We got Liz is now in the mall room here. We're gonna have to go get new custom ones with our new names now.
I think I've been thinking about it. I'm working on figuring out what we'll do.
I want to get shirts done, but I don't want to spend a lot of my crazy on shirts. I'd love to get Space Coast gym shirts.
Okay, well, so we have hats with our gamer tags on it.
Yes.
So we'll probably still keep our gamer tags on it, but we'll do that in smaller print, I was thinking, with our main names, so Trainer Alex and Gym Leader John.
Yes.
On the main part, and everything else. It's going to be amazing, and I'm working on doing it right now. Probably replace mine next year with one similar to the one that you have now. So we'll do, like, let's say we're doing yours. We'll do Gym Leader John on the front. On the side in smaller font, we'll still put Tydranus.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, we'll put Space Coast Gym.
That's fine.
It'll look really cool. But getting beyond that, that's one way to find us. So we're also going to be doing for the YouTube channel soon. We are going to be doing an unboxing video. I've already ripped open my box that I got while I was there. I did get another ETB while I recently, about a week ago, because they were only $25 at Sam's Club, and it was one that I don't have yet and that I have not seen on store shelves. And we'll talk about that box because they are very unique ETB boxes.
By the way, the 31st is Scarlet and Violet drop.
Okay, so maybe we'll do the
now. I've already pre-ordered my boxes, but
then we'll do that.
But yeah.
And we'll do a rip open for your thing as well for what's the Scarlet and Violet box.
Yeah.
And talk about. We'll do a rip open and kind of talk about what to look for and everything to kind of go along with this. But we're also going to go over the stuff that we did officially get.
Yes.
The con. It's going to be more. We're going to talk about John's amazing cards that are already graded that he spent like.
So
not as much money as they should have been.
Give me a second, and I'll pull them up for you right now. Actually, I have them on my.
Well, remember the video, John. We're gonna do something specific for
okay, gotcha.
YouTube video.
I got them. They're right behind me. So.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do a full film thing. I've been thinking about. We'll do that. Like he said, Scarlet and Violet dropped
They're also on my
month,
Instagram,
so
you guys already. You've seen a lot of the stuff on there. So if you guys aren't following my Instagram, definitely go check that out. It's the real Gym Leader John. I constantly post all of my pickups and my degeneracy with, bad money management. By the way, guys, I'm actually an accountant for my day job. And I promise, I preach differently than what I actually do.
But we'll do a full-on visual show and everything else of those cards then. But for now, let's talk Collecticon.
Yes.
So 2022 compared to 2023, John, what did you like that was a difference between 2022 to 2023?
So really there was three things. First, much bigger. Okay, but it easily doubled in size. Like last year,
I think it almost tripled.
It was significantly bigger. It was a lot. Like last year, you could talk. I got to talk to all the vendors. This year I still talk to all the vendors, but it took a lot longer. Second thing was more diverse stuff was at this one. So last year it was predominantly trading cards, and that was it. It was just trading cards, right? It was still your big three, your Pokemon, your Yu-Gi-Oh, your Magic, and then MetaZoo was kind of the upstart company at the time. Now they've been more established, but MetaZoo literally was just like, giving out Kickstarter stuff just because they were just trying to, and doing signings. This year, it was so much bigger. You had comic books, you had the trading cards, you had this lightsaber table, which, you got your lightsaber. They had
that'll be a part of the YouTube video for the Collecticon.
They did
video, by the way.
Sports memorabilia table. We got for my fiance and I. We got my her dad a autograph. What's his face?
Someone from the Cowboys.
Jimmy Johnson. I got autographed Jimmy Johnson photo.
Okay. So much for the Cowboys.
Yeah,
we don't like the Cowboys.
So basically, like we got all that. So it was very diverse. There's only really two things, and like one of my options I really want to do is eventually I want to get in a call. I want to get Matt in the call with us one day, because I really want to get him on there one day to do an interview with him, because obviously he's a vendor at the events. But also because like I know it is more expensive, and even I was talking with him because I bumped into him at the gym. You know, we are missing out really by not going to the trade night at the Hyatt. Because
we talked about what it takes to be at the trade night at the Hyatt, and that's mostly $2,000 for the stay at the Hyatt.
It does.
If not more.
But you miss out on so much, because what happens is basically everyone goes to the Hyatt bar, okay? Everyone's drinking a lot. All right? And when I say what people are doing at the Hyatt, it is crazy. And Oak was in the chat a little bit before. I don't know if he's still in here. I know he was there. Basically, what it is just that, like, everyone was doing big trades. We were talking about really cool stuff. Stuff you didn't even see, like, on the floor at the convention. And it's a great networking opportunity. And that's more what I want to go for, because it's all about the networking, right? Like, real honest truth, guys, my goal with this hobby is basically what this YouTube channel is, what the Instagram. I have a full-time job. Don't get me wrong, I would love to magically one day wake up and this could be my full-time job, but I'm also, like, realistic. But my job, my really goal is basically this is just going to help me fund my hobby, okay? So whatever money I get from this, the YouTube, I'm putting it back into the hobby. It just allows me to go do these cool buys. It allows me to do all that, and I'm not taking it out of my personal finances. That's the real goal here, right? Is that basically whatever money I make from YouTube, whatever I make from on everything, it's just going to go back into the hobby. All right, I have a full-time paying job, but I'd like not to, like, double dip from that, you know, that set of money. Especially because Brittany and I are getting married, and then we're going on a honeymoon, which we're going to Japan, so wait for those vlogs to come. And then also, basically, you know, we've agreed that after a year, we're going to start having kids. So
it's really, you got to get it in now while you can get it in.
Yeah, exactly. So
but you guys basically, so 2 years after marriage, having kids?
Well, because so here's the reason why. So
I'll put you guys at about 33, so yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and that's the thing, right? So I just turned 30, and Brittany turns 30 on Saturday. And the thing about it is that, you know, we're not getting married till 2024. Okay, we'll be 31. I want a year of fun, and then at that point, right? It takes 9 months to have a baby. Like we're not getting any younger. And for me, like, because I'm a guy, it's not as much of a big deal. And I take such good care of myself.
For her it is.
Exactly. So it's like we've pretty much agreed, and, like, you know, fingers crossed we have twins and we're done. But basically what we're going to do is basically, like, we're going to have one and then pump out another one, like, right after. Like, because we want to have two, and that's
close in age and everything.
Keep it, and then basically, because our goal is, by 37, we are done. We are done having kids. So from 33 to 37, that is my window of baby making.
Yeah. I mean, I would say at least give Brittany a little bit of a break.
No, I mean, like, right, but it's like, basically, that's our, right, but I'm saying that, I mean, that's even, say, like, 4 years, right? So, like, we have one at 33, 34, and then we try again, like, you know, 36, 36, 37, that's a break, but at least it's like, okay, we're not, you know, super old having kids either.
Right. So,
we only want two, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit of a tangent right there. Sorry to make it personal. It just threw me off guard. But also, thinking about the numbers, biologically, it makes sense.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'd much rather do it than having kids too early on, because I have so many friends that had kids too early, and they financially have, like, just shot themselves in the foot.
I know people who are older, because of, like, I hang out with older people, as you know, like, family, friends, and whatnot, who... they had kids when they were younger, and now they're, like, you know, old enough that they're in their, like, mid to late 40s, and their kids are now in their 20s, and now they basically have a best friend because they are back into a party phase now that they're able to, and they're like they actually enjoy it because now they get to just hang out with their kid and everything
so
else.
Hard,
but that only works. So I feel like that only works.
And
if,
think
like,
about like
hey,
so like the thing about it is too is that we're also in a different like society now, right? Like outside of like military or like a handful of jobs, there's not many jobs where you can go in at like 20 years old and then stay with that job and just have like a fat pension. Like my father-in-law has a great pension, right? He was he was in the Marines and then he was a cop for 30 years. There's not many jobs left where that's still a thing. I appreciate you eating the hamburger right there.
A homemade chicken sandwich, but okay.
But I'm saying there's not many jobs like that anymore, right? And the thing about it is, in my 20s, I also got to experience life and do all that, and I wanted to have my fun, because the whole thing about it is that, like, I know so many people that, you're right, once they get to their 40s and everything, they go through, like, a midlife crisis, and then they want to go too hardcore. I'm not doing that. Am I still going to go to the gym regularly and be doing that? Right. But I'm also not 45 trying to get with a 22-year-old. However, at 55, John's buying his Corvette.
I'll say, yeah, no, and what sucks is, for anybody who's tuning in, like we said, this is episode 1.5. This is the true, real episode.
Yeah, our first one was terrible. I don't even know if we uploaded that, actually.
I did. It's on Apple Music because I haven't gotten that shit fixed yet.
Yeah.
But, so basically, for anybody who's watching on his stream right now, we, John and I are about 6 years apart.
7, yes.
I am... well, I turned 24 this year.
Okay.
About 6.5 years apart. I'm 23 right now. I turned 24 in August, at the beginning of August. John and I are, call it 6 years apart. I'm one of those, hey, I'm mentally older most of the time.
That's a great area, because I'm pretty sure we're doing a Pokemon podcast, so we're clearly, that's a great area. That's a great area.
I watched two amazing podcasts by the same people, just two different topics, that they're in their, yeah, both are in their 40s now. And that's fine. It's fine. So,
listen, at this point now, we've already established this. Wait for the demonetization right here. This is where the demonetize come in. At this point now, you're a YouTuber, an Instagrammer, or you're making OnlyFans content. Okay, those are your options now. Those are now your options in life now. So,
So John and I are a little bit apart. So, like, for me, like, thinking about that, no, I completely agree. But I turned 21 the same year that COVID happened.
Oh, yeah, that's
so right. John got to go...
You did it wrong. You turned 21 wrong.
I didn't have a choice.
You did it wrong.
So I 21.
I had a hotel. I had a hotel. I got drunk at a hotel. It was great. I rented out a suite at a hotel. I got hammered at the beach.
But I've always been a little bit older, mentally older anyway, so that wasn't something I was truly intrigued in. You're talking to a guy who drinks quality alcohol, like, if I had a choice between drinking, Jack Daniels and Woodford Reserve, my choice is normally Woodford Reserve.
I have no idea what Woodford Reserve is, so I don't drink. So
even better yet, shoot, you give me the option to drink a scotch, and scotch is a very acquired taste normally. As long as it's not a rye, I really don't like rye.
I do like scotch. I do admit it, but it's just very expensive.
Depending, yes. But I'll drink a scotch. I'll drink scotch.
I do like scotch. I agree. I do agree. I do like scotch, but it's very, very.
It's a bit. See, and this is where John and I agree, because we are both like kind of like on the party stuff. And John doesn't really drink. I drink a little bit more than John, but I'm not drinking like all the damn time. So, but like, yeah, I just don't buy scotch a lot because scotch is expensive.
Neither my fiance and I are drinkers, and it's not like. So here's the thing, like. Her family was more conservative about alcohol growing up. Like, we always had alcohol in my house. My parents weren't big drinkers. Like, we had...
You really drink.
Like, it's just not for me, right? Like, it's not like I'm anti-drinking. Like, if I go out, I'll have a drink. But, like...
Yeah.
It's just not, like... You know what it is? Drinking is very expensive. And 2 is that, like, I'm past the phase of my life where, like... You know, I say it all the time. I look great for 30 and I take very good care of myself. But I also know that I'm 30 and my body still has its normal. So, like, I can no longer 25-year-old John could go to go out hammered and then be at 5 a.m., be at LA Fitness to go do a workout in a stringer tank top and go hard. 30-year-old John, if he goes on a bender, he's out for days. yeah. I'm calling out of work. I'm just gonna lay in my bed and I'm just gonna die. I am way too old.
So, that was a tangent, but back to basically Collecticon. So yes. John got to say what he was gonna say. No, I will agree. For me, 2022 to 2023, he said double. I'm starting to feel like it was almost triple. Now it didn't feel like it was triple, so booth sizes were bigger. Last year, I kept losing John like crazy. He would you turn around and he's gone. Now, that was also because everything was so tightly packed last year. If he moved on, even if he was 20 feet away.
I killed you last year. You died.
He did kill me, but he also kept me up until like 1 a.m. trying to get death. Playing the death.
When I came back to the hotel, Brittany was like, "You killed Alex," and I'm like, "Listen, it's not like you killed Alex." I'm like, "Well."
But I'll say this. So this year,
I'm like a child. Okay, when it comes to Collecticon, especially because I love me and my Pokemon cards, I am a kid in a candy store. Okay. This is why I bring Brittany. I bring Brittany to hold my wallet.
I know.
Because
I know. If she asked you to hold the wallet,
I'm financially. Don't get me wrong. I am very smart with my money, and I do well. And obviously, I'm an accountant, so and I have a second job too. So I am financially I'm not wealthy, but I'm very smart about my money. However, when it comes,
you have good money management.
Yes, except during Collecticon and during Pokemon buying. Then, for some reason, all of my years of marketing and business go out the door, and I'm just like, take my money, I don't care. All right, and I'm like, what deal now? Like, okay, the dealer is offering $10. So, you can probably get more money.
So,
yes.
Here's the thing. So, booth sizes were larger. John said he saw a lot bigger variety. Well, John was really only paying attention last year to only the Pokemon stuff.
That's what I like.
But I will say this. The variety, yes, increased. So, last year, there was a small section in the front little corner area. You have to remember, this was double the size, at least, of a venue this year.
Yes.
So, there's probably the same amount of vendors, but there was more space for variety, maybe an increase of 40% in vendors, or maybe even a little bit less, but a lot of vendors were able to they had it more spread out. They were able to have more of a variety too. So Loungeflies, I only saw 1 or 2 booths last year with Loungeflies, and they were small. They were like a 10 by 10 square. This year, you're having 20 by 30 sections of these people who are just selling Loungeflies, basically. There's 2 shops that basically strictly sold Loungeflies and pop figures.
Yeah.
Going back to back, they're both friends. They're based out of Florida too. One of them is in St. Pete. I've actually hit up the guy a couple times. He's hooking me up with the April drop stuff for Danielle. I actually already have one thing for her, which I'm really excited about. But I'm giving that to her for her birthday though, in June. But there's more variety, and the booths were allowed to be larger, so pop figures were more present this year, which I was happy to see, because pop figures, people don't realize, pop figures are not your normal thing. It's designed as a collectible. Excuse me. It's designed to be something to be collected, put on the shelf, on display, and for the most part, keep it in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, they knew when, you can tell now that you think about down the road with how big they got, they knew this is something that people are going to keep in the box for the most part. It keeps it so that we can stack them neat and everything else. They look great outside of the box. People are keeping them in the box.
1 second, I'll be back 1 second.
Yeah. So people are keeping them in the box and everything else. So, you can tell Pop knew, hey, these are going to be collectibles. People are going to want to collect these. They want to keep them in, everything else. They knew ahead of time. So it's nice to see at Collecticon, hey, these things that people actually collect, Collecticon made sure that there was room for them. To make sure, hey, we need to broaden this and make sure everyone There's something for everyone. And that's the problem between this year and last year. And I'll repeat that here in a second when John gets back. I'm assuming he's taking care of his dog, Zoe, who is a complete and utter nutcase. So. And this is why podcasts need at least 2 people, because it's really awkward trying to talk into a camera on random stuff when it's supposed to be a conversation. Since I'm at this right now, though, the 2 main podcasts that I listen to, Dark Side Divas and Marvelous Divas, Stephanie and Chris, oh my god, they are so funny. I've been listening to them for almost 2 years now, with Marvelous Divas. They've been going at this for like 2.5, 3 years now, for Marvelous Divas. It is an amazing podcast, or Dark Side Divas, I'm sorry. Back. Marvelous Divas, they've been doing for about 1.5 years. Okay, so John's back.
Yeah, sorry.
So let's reiterate what I was saying. So basically, what's nice to see is Collecticon between last year and this year, and because it grew so much last year, by the time they got to Denver, I heard rumors that they had to stop people from going in because of capacity issues. Like, they were checking people, like during COVID when people brought in, like, they take you in and they take you out. They had to do that to make sure that the room wasn't over capacity at Denver, because of how much it grew between Orlando in February last year and September.
When Collecticon really started in 2019, and then it was the first year.
And then the Fire Nation attacked.
Yes, and we always call 2020, we call it. And in 2019, it was still very small because no one even knew what this was, all right? It was actually called, it actually originally started because it was just part of the Dallas Card Show. And then it kind of became its own little, like, Pokemon convention thing. And then in 2021 was the first, obviously 2020 didn't happen, and Pokemon really boomed up because of Logan Paul. So by 2021 was really the first year of it. And then, was that 2022 with it, sorry.
And I think 2021 was the first year it was in Orlando.
Yeah.
So, which if anybody's wondering, they're like, oh, you've gone for 2 years now and you guys know a lot about it, and you make it seem like it's this small little thing. Well, where's 2021? We didn't know about it really in 2021. Nor was the jobs that we were working for, which we were at the same position at the same company, 2 different locations.
Yeah.
Neither one of our bosses were going to let us have that weekend off.
No.
And everything else for it. We didn't know it even existed yet.
So
that's the big
thing. The funny part, which I always say to that job, I always say I think Pokemon, like that, I said I think that job caused some of my Pokemon obsession, because after a while, how much I hated my job, what I would do is I would always do this on every Sunday. The flea market was literally 5 minutes from my job, and I would literally leave on my break, let Cody watch the place, and I would come back, and the rest of my shift, I'd literally open Pokemon cards on my desk, not giving a damn. That's how this all started. That's how it all started. So I always say, I thank LA Fitness for my Pokemon obsession, because you're like, you were never this obsessed with Pokemon when we first. I'm like, I always loved Pokemon, but my old job was so toxic, and it was right there, that literally while I'd be at work, I would open Pokemon cards for no reason other than I just wanted to open them.
So, that's why we don't talk about 2021 Collecticon. I've heard about 2021 Collecticon.
It was pretty 2022. It was still small.
It was small. It was small.
It was smaller than even with 2022, yeah.
No one here probably knows of, I mentioned it to John, so he's gonna recognize the name. There's another convention, it's in Jacksonville. I used to live up in that area, called Collective Con. Collective Con was super small when it started. I went to the very first one. It was really cool though, because they did have Candace Patton, who anybody who used to follow the DC Flash show, she plays Iris West in the CW Flash show. She plays Iris West, and then anybody who's seen Gotham, the guy who plays Penguin, he was there as well. It was the coolest thing ever. So I got to actually ask Candace Patton questions. She was just not good at being on panels.
She is very pretty, by the way.
She's a glorified pretty. She's glorified. Honestly, no. I've seen her in person. She's a mean person, and it shows in her character, and it's why no one likes her version of Iris West Allen. But that's besides the point. So Collective Con was super small. A lot of these are. Like, when San Diego Comic-Con started,
it's a convention run by nerds. That's what it is.
Yeah, but so when San Diego Comic-Con started, by the way, San Diego Comic-Con, whenever you hear Comic-Con, it's the one that you're going to think about, because it's the most widely, it's the big one. It's the one. So, and it's mostly because it's where it's located.
Right.
If you're going from the UK, it's halfway around the world. If you're going from Asia and China and all that, Japan, it's halfway around the world. If you're in the US,
it's halfway around the United States.
It's you're traveling to states. So it's that's the one you're gonna think of. But now, not that I know of because I'm not old enough, but it used to be small as well when it first started. It's like that with any convention. I've been to other conventions that are small and have now almost quadrupled in size.
It's all it is either passion projects. That's all it is. Okay,
this is a lot of times it starts off as a couple guys let's get together and start committing.
I will say we would not really have Collecticon if it really weren't for two real people.
Gary.
Obviously Gary, yes. Gary King Pokemon, nicest guy on the planet. And absolutely, he's one of those people that he's so wealthy, but he doesn't act like he's wealthy. He's just very much just a down-to-earth.
There's rich and there's really rich, and he's a really rich guy. So he doesn't care.
And here's the thing, even before the Pokemon, he was very well off to begin with, right before. But him, and then as much as I hate them, I have to give respect to them, even though I don't like them, is Whatnot. Because Whatnot puts a lot of money in this. I do think Whatnot's a scam, don't get me wrong. But I do appreciate them because they do put a lot of money on this for this to be a thing. So
I mean, this year they got smart. They had bags that you got when you checked in for free to help carry stuff. I brought a spare filled up backpack.
I'm not a big fan of Whatnot just because I feel like even they're a scam. Okay, basically you're buying media, and if anybody knows me from the Elite forums, definitely where I mostly am always just fooling around. The E4 forums, because you're not as deep into Pokemon, is basically that's the key Pokemon private time. It's not even really. It's it's not Reddit, but very similar. Basically, it's a private forum where all the big Pokemon card collectors just get in there and we talk. But it's not Reddit. It's its own separate website. And I've gone in there and I've basically ripped on Whatnot. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to name drop anybody. But a lot of people, even prominent in the hobby, agree that it's just the idea of Whatnot's not a bad idea. The idea basically, hey, I can auction off my stuff. Hey, let's open stuff off, auction, whatever. The problem is people are stupidly overpaying for things. And the reason why I know I'm going to a little bit of a tangent, but it's actually important because it's actually relevant to Whatnot. I mean, to Collecticon. Because what had happened...
No, it is. That's why I'm letting you continue.
So a lot of people, what they were doing was Whatnot streamers just have FU kind of money, all right? They just have money that, you or I can't even fathom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And basically, they did to a couple... I knew a couple of the vendors... And one of the vendors, they undercut him by 30% and just whipped out $10,000 cash and just put it on the table and bought up a bunch of his stuff. And what they're doing is they're undercutting a lot, but they're coming in with just a wad of cash to these vendors, and they want 30% off basically. And And what they're doing is basically buying it and then selling it for a massive premium on Whatnot.
I mean, that's how business works, though.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool. I can walk in. I'm gonna give you $10,000 in cash. You're charging, let's say, $15,000 in for this total amount of product. But hey, I have $10,000 in cash.
So
you take cash instead of dealing with the card transaction and stuff.
So
sure.
So here's why I'm not a big fan. You're right. It is basic business, and that wouldn't be the problem. The problem is I'm just not a fan of like the scammy, whammy people on Whatnot, and they don't police it. Okay, like that's part of it, right? Whatnot is so new that a lot of people are not being policed, and I have a problem with that because it's like, listen, like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Team Rocket is a real thing in this hobby. The only thing about it is
there's an actual. I think it's a Whatnot channel, but there's an actual like. There was a booth there, or at least last year.
I mean, Team Rocket's a real thing, right?
And like, who are actually called Team Rocket, and I would be surprised if they do that.
I don't have a problem. Don't get me wrong. There are some whales in this hobby, right? Like, there are some real big whales, and I have no problem with it. I love people with money who want to spend in the hobby. I have no problem with that. But there's two types of people. There's people who love the hobby, and yes, I do sell some of my stuff off to me, buy something else, whatever. That's fine. And then there's people who treat it solely as the flipper mentality, right? And I'm not a fan of that in the hobby. Don't get me wrong. Do I get something where I sell my 10s and maybe I take a 9 because the 9 for my collection, and maybe I sell the 10 because it's got a premium? I get it. But I don't like it, you know. And they're very entitled when they come to those conventions. Because I don't know if you saw it, but a lot of the Whatnot streamers are like, I get priority. You know what I mean? And I don't like that.
I will say this, at least this year, they didn't
it was
have...
really bad last year.
Yeah, it was bad last year, but Whatnot also, the convention gave Whatnot, like,
they give
for like a 40 by 40 area, which it honestly took up a decent chunk of the front area. So you had to go through the Whatnot stuff. They weren't involved last year because since last year this year, but since last year,
they had a booth, but they were just more like, no.
No, I'm talking about so. There's another company out there called Dripper.
Yeah,
I actually am part of the Dripper stuff to watch.
I didn't see them. I didn't see Dripper this year.
They weren't there this year. That's what I'm saying. They're there last year. Basically, what happened is they were both allowed to be there. Dripper had a presence. Dripper covered every single booth for everyone who was a Dripper person. They paid for their booths. They told some of them that were like grouped together and like 4 or 5 people, you each get a table. Here's a booth that you can have like 4 tables at, and they were all like streaming. They were great because last year they're the ones who did the scavenger hunt last year for all their booths.
Yeah, I remember that. That was fun
for everybody a part of their booth. It was the coolest thing ever. Dripper it's there. It's more like
I don't think they're called Dripper. They just call Drip, but I don't know like.
Or Drip. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why I was thinking Drip, but Drip. Drip, a great people. I have you got to meet some of the original founders were at there last year, and once again when I had lost John and Brittany for a little while, I went and talked to them, and that's how I got kind of involved with Dripper. I don't really do anything now.
You keep calling
but I
Dripper,
am
they're Drip. But like
sorry, Drip. But I
bothers me. I don't know why.
Sorry. Okay, so Drip. So I kind of like do stuff with Drip. More of, oh hey, you know, this person's moderator's not in the area or is out of town. Can you like pop in and come moderate?
The idea is that it's basically just Twitch. It's basically Twitch.
It's a lot. So it's kind of like if you took Whatnot and Twitch. And,
put Heritage.
Like Dripper. Drip. I'm sorry. Drip is. I don't know. Oh, I know why I keep thinking Drippers because there's a place around the corner from my that I pass on my way home from work called Drippers, and it's a vape shop with a similar logo. Drip, like, they're really good. So basically, if you want to compare things, how Twitch is like super, like, you know, no control, all that other stuff, everything's all over the place and whatnot. That's everything else. That's Whatnot. No control, just there. Go make whatever money you can. There's no regulation on anything. Then you have Drip. Drip is more like a YouTube setup where there's people, they have people there to truly moderate. There are people that are like, hey, your job is to do this. Like, they really work with their people and take care of them better than Whatnot, where it's like, hey, you're this big hot shot. You know, because like we talked about earlier, with the difference between Twitch and YouTube. Anyone can be a YouTuber. Right now, John and I are YouTubers doing some of this stuff. But back when we were being Twitch streamers, to be a Twitch streamer, it's kind of like... But, yeah, it's, hey, I stream on Twitch, or I'm a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing with Whatnot and Drip. Drip, anyone can do Drip. I have an account, I can do our card openings on Drip, and anybody who kind of wants to buy some stuff off immediately can message me and offer and everything else. Then there's Whatnot, where you either make it or you don't. And since Whatnot's established with their specific people now, you just don't.
I mean, that's really what it is, right? So it's basically like, as I said earlier in the stream, I mentioned, I was basically like, why I transitioned over to YouTube. And it basically is, like, Twitch has their contracts, Twitch has their people, alright? You're gonna search for days. If I go into the Destiny Discord, the Destiny channel, if I go into the Warcraft channel, if I go into any of the games I play, Hogwarts Legacy, those are pages long, man. If I play Battle Royale games, those are pages long. I'm not going to get seen on the platform. But YouTube, if I wanted to say screw it, I'm like, hey, Alex, want to play some Warzone right now? And you, like, I just upload it later on. If you type in, I want to watch Warzone gameplay, my channel gets thrown in there. It doesn't favorize people. It really doesn't do that. It just throws it up there.
It also is cool, too, is, and this is just because, John Rimmer, I used to do this stuff a lot more than you, using the YouTube side of things. When you are live, as long as you have, like, a decent following, like, you'll still be on the first page, John.
Right, no,
like, let's say right now someone was looking up.
I know. I'm not the first page. I want to give that. Of course not, but...
like, if you're a semi, you know, like, okay, you got some subscribers, got enough people or enough viewers going on at the time, you will be, when you go live, you are put at the top of the page for anyone who's searching for live.
Right.
You are put, like, if I clicked live right now and I was popular, just slightly popular enough to, okay, I'm now at the top of the page. Mm-hmm. The next person then to go live, who's semi-popular or even super popular, goes then above me.
Right.
So at least you get shifted to the top. Then when you're looking at videos, it's kind of like with YouTube, you can get detailed as hell. You can get super detailed in there looking for something.
No,
with a title like, hey, and
we're going off in the tangent again. But basically, that's the same thing what Drip does.
It's more meant for the consumer.
Yes.
It is built for the consumer and to be consumer friendly. But moving on now, like John was trying to get me to do and how I tried to get John to do. So Collecticon, it was good. Improvements that you would like to see next year, John.
Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna go
as an answer.
So,
You are not allowed to play. I want to see it increase.
All right.
In size.
So, yes, I do want it to see it increase, but here's what I actually really want. So, 3 things I really want at Collecticon, okay? And I'm going to use some of the sports trading card shows as an example, because that's probably the most comparable to a Pokemon card convention. And we saw it last year. Like, last year we saw AGS there, which is Gary's, company he's involved with for grading, right? I want a table for PSA and Beckett to be right there, and they do grading that day. They didn't do it this year. I think GMA was there.
PSA was the one there doing grading on the spot. They were not given as large of a section this year.
So I want them to be more prominent, right? Because I want people, like, if you want to pay for on that point grading right then and there, you need to be there. So that's one thing I really want. So I really want Beckett and I want PSA there. They're really the big 2. And you can even do CGC because CGC is growing, okay? Like, if you want to do them, fine.
CGC's gotten big.
I still don't like CGC, but that's for a video for another time, and I'll talk about that later on. But I would have liked that. So that would have been one thing I would have really brought up. Second of all, we kind of left because of just other reasons, but everyone told me the Yin Yang Twins were horrible. All right.
I told you I didn't even want to be there for the content.
Everyone complained. I watched, Dan Ketchum All Collectibles video. I talked with a couple other people privately in the Discords and everything like that. And a lot of them agreed. It's just a lot of noise. I have no problem with live performances, but it was a lot of noise.
Hey, at least last year we had Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, that's true. He was entertaining. And
that was worth it.
They didn't do it this year, but I want them to bring it back again because they did it last year. The box break on stage. They didn't do the box.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because the box break. So last year they did a first edition base set booster box. They did a Yu-Gi-Oh! Legend of Blue Eyes first ed box. They did a beta set of Magic the Gathering. And they did a Kickstarter box of MetaZoo. Okay? And they opened them up on stage. I want them to bring that back because I know people, one, have no problem paying for the packs, right? Money's no object to a lot of those people. But two, that's what we're here for, all right? We're card collectors, okay? We're all hobbyists, all right? That's what everyone's there. I want that more on the stage. Make that the center stage, all right? People love Pokemon. People love pack gambling, okay? It's just a thing. All right? So, I love the idea that it's like, hey, I'm going to just put in $10,000. You bought it. So, basically, the lot was I think it was $10,000, basically, and you got one Pokemon booster pack, one Magic the Gathering, one Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack, and one MetaZoo pack, okay? And these are all packs that, by the way, for a second, go for on their own, 10 to 15 grand a piece themselves for one individual pack. You got one of each, so it was worth it.
Yeah.
Because these are all donated, right? All these boxes were donated, so it doesn't cost them a whole lot. Because the money goes right to charity, which I will say is great. So I really liked it. I think that I would have loved to see more of. But really, my only takeaway was the music is too loud and it's not designed well for where. I think if we had the nice area, remember where we saw the hot tubs?
Yeah.
If they would have done that space, obviously it's not big enough, but you could have had a Yin Yang Twins and stuff. It was more designed better for it.
So
where we were was not.
That space was big because they had more walls removed. So that was actually going to be my thing. So your thing is more the music and everything else. I agree. Get something Yin Yang Twins, really.
And I don't really care who they had as their music. I didn't really care. But
they need to improve the layout. Now, last year was okay. They fixed from last year, and that was spacing of booths.
Right.
The booths had about
was a lot better this year.
You maybe had 4 feet to work with last year. So now, at least this year, I would say it was double the width. The aisles were double the width at least. Maybe a little bit more, maybe around there. So that was nice. My one thing is just like any convention, big or small, they had mild celebrity guests there.
Yep.
That you could get autographs from. Hey, you're at a collector's convention.
They had a couple
with an autograph would be something collectible.
They had Cassius Mart and they had Blake Martinez, who are both former NFL players who also are hardcore collectors, right?
Yes,
Blake Martinez
they had
is
those
a huge
again
Pokemon
this year.
card collector. Cassius Mark actually retired from the NFL and owns a card shop in LA. So he's there
but
too.
That's not the thing, John. My thing is they need to fix the layout. So the problem that I've noticed the past 2 years is they have the stage and everything and the main good open area to hang out at to kind of get a break from being cramped up, being packed in and everything else in the aisles is in front of the stage and in front of the autograph booths.
Yeah.
Which span a whole entire sidewall, so those lines, if they get busy, then back up into where all of the all the booths are, all the vendors. I want to see something changed. And then go again with, you were saying, hey, you want to see a box opening thing again. Well, so if you look at, luckily, the second time I ever went to Collective Con was their third year being in existence, third or fourth year. It's right before I moved. I believe third year. They had already switched locations in Jacksonville to somewhere that was able to hold a main vendor area with a mild stage, and then 2 secondary panel areas. So, or like even look at the super the one. It's later this month. MegaCon is later this month.
Yep.
MegaCon is going to take up a whole entire concourse.
Yeah.
MegaCon also will have separate seat areas for panels. They have separate areas for panels, then you have your main areas and everything else that you can at least bounce around, so that way it's specific for something. I'd like to see something like that. If they don't do that, then they need to section things off a little bit better, that maybe you have the vendor, you have your 2 halves, but you need an extra base wall. Take out more of those walls, because for you guys that don't know, a lot of schools have them, so everybody's been to school, I would hope. How your gymnasium might have had a little divider that could get spread out.
Right.
It's like that. So you take down those walls and use that extra section of, cool, on one side we'll have the stage, on the other and then along there, then that far wall now we'll have all of our autograph booths that will allow us to separate and give more room for the vendors. They're trying to still work within a budget that you can tell they could easily budge on. They're just trying to keep things constrained. With how much money they made off the Denver Collecticon show last year, they could easily had Orlando with with that extra space.
Yeah.
But they're not. They just aren't. And along with layout, because my thing is the space. John wants more space a little bit, because of the music, and he wants to see things again, which part of that is due to the setup. I want to see better utilization of the floor layout.
Yeah, I mean, I could.
So everything is everywhere, and a lot of it is due how much are the vendors willing to pay. I don't think it should be like that. Truly, I think it should be all right. Maybe a little bit if you want more of a preference. You get the front of your section. It needs to be sectionized. All the Pokemon stuff needs to be in Pokemon. All the people now. The problem is the people who do a little bit of both. So fine. Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh, because those are the most common ones that you're going to see.
Right.
They need to be sectioned together. If you're a blend, you get this area a little bit, sectioned in a little bit better. Hey, if you're in a blend area, you get right here. And then I want to see all the sports card stuff in one area, which luckily this year was a little bit better. It was better than last year. But pop figures. Pop figures were everywhere. And I'm talking about the vendors who basically got restricted.
That was even the year before. I don't know. I don't understand.
They were everywhere.
I don't like pop figures.
Why can't we group these together? Because then it's the fear of just if you're thinking about in a city, because basically at this point these are mini cities. In a city, you're not going to put yourself right next to your competition, because then you're competing.
Right.
And something like this, it doesn't really matter. Because your convention, your people are in the same, that shouldn't matter. They need to force people, hey, this is what you're going to pay for. Cool. This is where you're going to be, and map it out according to that. And if you haven't, then you start playing Tetris, say, hey, we need to group these people in this area, they paid for this size. Then you start playing Tetris and stuff a little bit further out, but you need to try and get those people clustered together and grouped together so everything feels a little bit more organized. I hate having to go, last year it was bad. If I wanted to compare prices between 2 people, I'm crossing the whole convention, and I'm losing at some point probably the cheaper price. Because the other person sold while I went back to double check, and then, oh no, I do want theirs. I have to now go back over, and it was probably already sold.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. If they could have sectioned it off and like, all right, like, because like, you're right how it was set up. I also think what they need to do is like, what you have is you have the vendor set up, and I agree. But I also feel like there should have been like an influencer section, because you had a lot of people that were Whatnot streaming or Twitch streaming that were there too. Let's just put them in a corner, all right?
They weren't really selling.
No,
those ones don't really sell. It's more, hey, come meeting room.
They were just kind of there, doing their channel stuff. I feel like they could have been in their own section. Like, go see.
Once again, that's something that you group them together. So for anybody who's curious, though, when I say they're not really selling, they do sort of sell. So what they do is before they even come, they'll get, even though they're not a business, they sort of they're registered as one, so that way they can get market value.
Yeah.
Or market price. So let's say market price would be, let's say you make a product. The product you're gonna sell it for $2. You make it only costs you $1 to make. Most people are gonna buy it for $3, but market price is $2. Right. So that way people can buy it at a cheaper price. You're still making a profit, and then someone can then make their profit. So they get things at market price. Mm-hmm. With market, so what they luckily get to do is, so what they tend to do is, hey, you're going to buy and donate, let's say ETB, because I like ETBs. So let's say they get to open it, you get to keep, and sometimes it's a different deal. Like, I know there's one guy, I follow him on TikTok, he does live streams all the time. You buy the ETB, he's gonna open the ETB, he's gonna open up all the cards, he's gonna put them in the sleeves, and everything else. So they're going to do that on stream, so they get the following for opening up the cards. Now they're making some money back. And then a lot of times it's like, hey, I only want, the stuff that's worth it. I want my hollows, my reverse hollows, my full arts. That's what I want. And shinies. Okay, you give me that, you can keep the crap cards. I don't care. Right. And I want my box. You can do something like that. Or, hey, a lot of times at the conventions, it's you buy the ETB, they already have it. It's sealed still. They open it on stream right then and there with you there, and they're like, hey, congratulations, this is what you got, and then you get your box. She home early?
Brittany, it was just her short day. She just posted in the chat. Her channel name's absolutely hilarious.
Oh, okay. I thought that she was home.
No, she is home now. She just got home. She's in Orlando this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but where were we?
So okay, but that's kind of how it goes. But I agree, and I do like this feeling. Like the Whatnot people, Whatnot had their little booth of hey, you want to become a Whatnot person, come sign a contract type thing, and then their guys are kind of spread out everywhere. No, don't do that. Have all your guys grouped together. That's just my thing. Like I said, for me, it's more layout. I love how much this is growing. I want them to. I feel like it would be more effective,
right,
if everything was in a better layout. Now I'm also the person who goes into the store and buys little things to to organize my desk drawer and put things in the little cubbies and organize. So maybe that's why some people might not like that. They like the hodgepodge. It might feel more like a convention to them that way. I like things to be efficient, and I'm not saying a convention should be efficient, but I mean...
It felt more like, I'll be real with you, it feels more like a flea market than I want, you know what I mean? It felt very, it was very congested, there's no organization, it's not sectioned up an area. It feels like you're at a flea market.
Yeah, no, it does. And that's my one problem with it, is I don't want it to feel like I'm lost.
So I have never been to other conventions other than a Collecticon. It's the only convention I've ever been to.
Yeah. I wanted to take you to one, but your fiance's birthday's this weekend, so they weren't.
The one in Orlando, MegaCon, yeah.
No, MegaCon's later this month. I wanted to take you to Collective Con up in Jax.
But because my trainer Joe's going to MegaCon.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's going.
I wish I had the money to go. I don't have the money.
It's actually not that expensive. It's only $50.
It's not that expensive. It's more I need to spend the money on other things, and if I go, I'm spending money.
No, fair. That's fair. Because I mean, it's really not expensive at all. But no, I get it.
Plus, after this week, my girlfriend is going.
Overall, what I would say, my plan is going forward. So, I want to make sure, because I could have gone longer. Okay, like, I could have gone longer, but I could tell that Brittany was tired. I could tell Danny was tired. I, personally, what I would have done is, and reason why I like the Hyatt, I know it's expensive, but we could have walked to the
Your thought is the bridge. Your thought is being able to go over there
here's the thing. When it comes to that convention, I will bullshit with Matt. I'll hang out there. I could stay until 6 o'clock, and I'm having the best day of my life. I could have got there at 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock, and that's Disneyland for me. Okay? I start planning Collecticon literally 3 weeks after the last year's. Okay? I'm already planning next year's Collecticon and how my plan is. Okay? I'm already got it going. Alright?
Dude, we already talked about this the week after.
I know.
You can't afford to buy it.
Not with that attitude, you can't. Alright, so but here's the thing. I've already started planning that. Okay, so like that's one caveat because I know how the girls are, but also what I would have done is that yes, Brittany. Brittany's in the chat right now. He's like, you can walk around in circles and not get bored at all. Yes, I know. I could go all day. I'm a kid in candy store. It's great for me. I love them. I love it. But also what I would have done is I would have turned it into like a multiple 3-day weekend, right? Like we get there, because I would have loved just one day where we vegged at the hotel, maybe hung out by the pool, and just chilled.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how that would all work out just because check in on Friday at 4 and having to leave by 10, 11
or
o'clock.
Like, I mean, I get it. It's like the only other thing is like, do we just take off the Monday and say screw it and not work Monday? And then do we just have
I don't want to, but then what? Then I leave on Tuesday? So if we did it, I think next year, I'm looking into it ahead of time.
You could close on a Tuesday.
No, I would, and that's what I would do. But do I really want to take the Monday off and spend spend more money on another night at the hotel? Especially for you guys next year. Think about it this way, John. You're still gonna have stuff leading up to the wedding.
No, I know.
Which is only gonna be 3 months later.
I know. I mean, the thing about it is like, so I really didn't spend that much money at the convention. My deal with Matt had been in discussion for like 2 months prior. So that deal that we all talk about, the $1,000 deal. The thing about it was I was already in discussion with that deal for a while, and all I really needed was Brittany to say, you can spend the money, I'm okay with it. That's all because we have we have a rule. We have a $500 couples rule where as long as you don't spend over more, it's basically at least up to $500 a month. Okay, basically, I don't care.
You guys get you don't have to discuss a purchase exactly.
If Brittany tells me she wants to go spend $300, I don't care. All right, I do it all the time. I buy video games, Pokemon cards, whatever.
Right now, it's hey, the discussion limit for me it's over $50, except for like groceries. But for her, apparently, it's $437.96 at Target.
But it's like if Brittany spends, up to over $500 because we're saving for a wedding, because of everything else, then it becomes, hey, we need to talk about. Do you like? Brittany, I mean, listen. If I spend on this deal because it was something I really wanted, and she knows I was happy. It was also my birthday weekend. She didn't care. I am not doing $1,000 deals on the regular. Most of my purchases.
But you also didn't buy anything, truly buy anything for a few months because you knew this deal.
I knew that was exactly. So I had made one big purchase leading up to that, and the biggest purchase prior to that was like for $485. I bought 2 factory sealed WADA 9.8 A++ first print. First print of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I bought first prints and then WADA graded, and I spent $485. and they already pre-graded everything. That was the only
Right.
big purchase I had made prior. Everything else within about the $100 range. So I really wasn't spending a lot of money. Now, I don't I don't normally go. Now, mind you, I didn't actually pay I think out the door everything I paid that whole weekend. I think I spent like $990. So I spent about $1,000 that whole weekend.
Yeah.
But my deal with Matt was more in discussion. Outside of that, my only impulse buyers was maybe like $200. So it wasn't like I went in like big money. Now, my deal with Matt had been in discussion for a while. Now, knowing what I know now, because if I have enough connections where if I really want something, I could go through my connections for the E4 guys. I can go through Matt. I can source it through other opportunities where I can get what I really want. Where I'm going to Collecticon is more for like the social interaction, the networking, and talking to other people that are like me. Because outside of you, I have nobody to talk about Pokemon, video games, and collect. And you understand it in a sense, but you're not as like into it as I am. Like, I know you mostly go because I like to do it. And you have
to remember, so John and I have two different ways of the collecting. For me, it's more of your old school of, I want to try and find this. The goal is to find this.
Right.
I made my decision a long time ago now. My focus is collecting ATBs. Now, obviously...
That's fine, yeah.
ATBs. That's what I want to do. John wants to collect basically everything and anything that is Pokemon related.
I mean, listen, I got a Pikachu on my desk right now. But you gotta understand something. So, like, I have always been into Pokemon. The thing is, like, it never stopped. Like, I bought in every Pokemon game to ever come out for all the cons. I have bought in Game Boys and all the different mobile little devices that Nintendo comes out solely for Pokemon. So it's not like this is a new thing for me where I'm like all of a sudden
it's more the trading card aspect that is
the trade. So, and the thing about it is, and like I still remember, walking 30 miles a day to play Pokemon Go. Brittany and I were playing Pokemon Go like hardcore. So like, it's not like I ever really I've never really grown out of it. The Pokemon card thing really started because I was just in a dark place of my life, and it just was something to do, and it became super fun and a little addicting. But then so it's cool now. It's because like I gotta tell you, the internet has made the world a lot smaller, where I can talk to other people who are nerds just like me. Because I'm an accountant and I'm a gym rat. 95% of my friends, I cannot do a podcast with and talk about video games and collectibles and Marvel. I can't do that.
I feel so special.
I mean, Matt and I could talk about that for hours at the gym, but most of my gym bro friends are not going to talk like that. Sean and I have been friends for nearly 30 years. We basically became first friends in first grade and said, you'll do for life. But I can't talk to him about that. We'll talk about other life stuff, but I can't talk. I can't get my nerd side out. The rest of the time, I'm a workaholic gym rat. But
you guys should see what conversations are like when we're at work, because it's a lot like this. It's a little bit less central focused, and it jumps from topic to topic.
Yes.
But this is basically what it is.
I will say so. I've been doing the fitness bodybuilding thing now for going on 6 years, and I've been in the industry for about a decade. Up until I've always been into this stuff. I've been a nerd. You guys saw my World of Warcraft stream earlier. I've been a nerd my whole life. It's never changed. All right, I am who I am. But I've never been able to really like talk and discuss the nerd culture with anybody before. I lived a GTL life. I mean, literally, I'd go to the tan salon, I'd go to the gym, I'd go to work, rinse, repeat. Okay, like I lived the most I lived that lifestyle. But none of my other friends are like that, and then I was too much of a bro for the nerd community, because a lot of the nerd community are like purple hair, pierced septum ring, furries, which we see at like in the mall.
Okay, so I mean,
and I don't relate those. I hate to say it because they just see me as, oh, you're a bro, you can't relate to nerd, and I'm like, oh, I was a nerd way before I got hot. Let me tell you this right here.
I'll be honest. That is the one problem.
I'm too cool to be with the nerds, but I'm not cool enough to be like with the chads. Okay, I am like.
So, the one thing that's good is because I still get the same exact thing. People look at me and they're like, "No, you don't care. You're not a nerd. You don't have a shit ton of zits, and you're not like obese and all that other stuff. You don't look like a nerd."
I did all those things.
Sorry.
Before I got hot, I used to be all those things. I used to be obese and the nerd. And I have glasses.
Well, correction. Part of it for me is I maintain a beard. So nerds, how often do you see a nerd with a beard?
No, I mean...
Like, the nerd's the stereotypical. The thing is, John and I fall into the gym bro nerd. And it is actually very common. You see it more with...
I played sports every year of high school, and I'll tell you this one. I was on the football team, I was on the baseball team, I was on the track and field, I was on the field team, I wasn't on the track team, I don't run. But I was on all those sports. But I didn't go to the parties. I came home and raided in Cataclysm in World of Warcraft after Friday Night Football. I didn't go to the Friday Night Kegger. I went to the game, and then I came home, showered, my mom took me to Subway, and then I raided, in Cataclysm, okay? That's what I did. I was a closet nerd, and I had to hide it back then, okay? This is where my age, like...
What? Now, you see, okay, so the people who I'm referring to, they're gonna play their video games. I mean, that's just a typical guy thing now.
We had 4 TVs in my apartment in college, and we all just played Destiny 1 and played 4 PlayStation 4s, and we all just, like, literally had 4 flat-screen TVs in our apartment.
What I'm saying is more, when you're seeing the gym bro nerd, you're gonna see it more, they're more into anime. John and I aren't really into anime.
That's just something that's not for me. I'm not against it, it's just not for me.
And I think that's the one problem is for us, is that's why we don't fall into the normal gym nerd. We don't fall into regular nerds. We don't fall into the gym bro, and we don't fall into the gym nerd because we don't really care for anime. The only anime that I care for is My Hero because I got addicted on it when trying to impress a girl. Okay,
that was bad. And once again, this is why. Okay, so I have known Alex long enough where I feel like I adopted him. And Alex always gets upset with me because I still remember his quote of words were, just because it doesn't fit into your social norm of life, John, doesn't mean it's not okay. Well, that's fine. But when I consult my fiance and she also agrees, and I roll up the newspaper and I say, bad, Alex, it's not like I'm not, okay, and that was one of those girls where I told you, no, Alex, but you didn't listen to me anyways.
It didn't work out, obviously, anyway. But I will say, here's the thing with My Hero. Basically, it's a school for people to become superheroes. Like, when you look at it as, it's just a cartoon for kids who want to become superheroes, and it's the school that they go to and everything. When you look at it like that, which is how I started to view the show, that's how I got addicted, because I've always been into things like, I think we mentioned earlier, at the very beginning, Young Justice.
No,
I grew up on Green Lantern, the animated series. Like, if you want to go, like, when I was, like, 10, 12 years old, I had Star Wars The Clone Wars, Green Lantern the animated series, Young Justice, and that's the ones I know off the top of my head. Like, that good time of animated before Cartoon Network went to shit.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I really had the prime of Cartoon Network, so you're a little bit younger than me, so I was probably the prime of it. But yes, like...
You were just beyond that, which is what sucks for John, is because he missed that cusp.
So...
Because he was at that point where he's watching, regular TV at that point,
don't get me wrong, like... But it's always been hard, because my entire life, I never fit into either category, right? So, like, I'm a gym bro because I'm a health nut. Because, I used to be extremely unhealthy. I used to be 375 pounds, and then I went through a weight loss transformation. I'm very much on top of my blood work. I go to the gym probably 5 days a week. But I also do it for health reasons, right?
Yeah.
But I'm also no longer... I mean, don't get me wrong. When my fiance first met me, I would go to the tan salon. I would wear my earrings. I would string her tank tops to the gym. Okay, don't get me wrong. I mean, I really was a Pauly D ripoff. So I was, but that was basically, you know, I had that phase in my life. But I was always a nerd. Like I still to this day, I mean, I played World of Warcraft. I basically have never stopped.
Neither has Henry Cavill, so it's okay.
I mean, I definitely, you know, I can go on to a long. Our first week we worked together. I think we wanted to take a 3-hour. We had like a full on 2-hour conversation about Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I had said how I didn't like Korra nearly as much because I didn't like how the pacing of Korra, basically. Mm-hmm. And I think we went to a long conversation about that, and that's how this all started.
That's basically so. Okay, so even before that, so for anybody who's curious, we kind of went into it last time, and I guess I'll say there's actually someone. No, not this year. I think they're gonna be next year, but there was you know, Avatar stuff was there anyway. There's the Avatar expansion, the pop figures and everything, so it's still related slightly. The way John and I basically became best fucking friends is he hired me, and 2 days later we're talking about something, and it was Disney, and he's like, "Oh, do you like Marvel?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you like Star Wars? Do you like Disney?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I think
I really like it. And then you bring something up. He asked me a question related to the stuff, and I don't think you were expecting that, like, I was ready to get in depth with you, and you just kept asking, and basically by the end of the shift, it was like, do we just become best fucking friends?
It was, but you know what it was? Because so, don't get me wrong. Everyone who has always known me, anyone who's actually known me, even through my gym years, always knew I was a nerd. Okay, it wasn't like I've never hid it. I've never hid my nerdy personality, even with the muscles and the tan and all. I've never hid that. It's always been who I am. Mm-hmm. The thing about it is, I didn't have anybody to talk about that with. Like, Brittany will go and see a Marvel movie with me, but it's not like I can go and have a 4-hour conversation on why, you know, what, you know, about the film. I can't do that with her. She's your average film viewer who's like, oh, it was good. Like you and I went off on a tangent after I saw Ant-Man, and my argument was, it wasn't that it was a bad movie, it was that it was only just okay. And I said...
And I've told you, and what did you say when I said, hey, look at it, it's another movie wearing the mask of an Ant-Man movie while trying to also be that other movie?
We got into the whole thing because I had said, when I go see a Star Wars film, a Potter Universe film, or a Marvel film, the expectation, it cannot be okay. It has to be blockbuster of the year film. When I go see...
even if it doesn't get blockbuster of the year, it's gotta feel like blockbuster of the year.
And I'll tell you what, I left Ant-Man and I'm like, it's okay. If this was like, say, if there would have been like... And that's the problem I had with it, right? It wasn't that it was a bad movie. I gave it a 70... I gave it a 7 out of 10, okay? I gave it a 70%. The problem is, when I go see a Marvel movie, it's a 90%, or, you know, if you don't get at least a 90%, you failed in my eyes. Because that's what you expect when you have a $200 million plus budget, and you have, you know, that type of... Because people care about those characters, right? Like, people, you know, stay out for weeks at the, you know, Chinese theater over in LA to go see the new Star Wars film. People camp out for that. Like, people care. So you can't just treat it as like, it's okay.
I will say this. So, I just realized something. Well, maybe my thought is wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I was going to say, this is a third movie in a franchise. And in the franchise, it's a part of its trilogy. It's supposed to be the closeout of this character, except for the like little pop-ups in the future, you know, mild team-up movies. not excluding Captain America: Civil War, which technically it was the third
they
one.
basically confirmed that Ant-Man's retiring. Okay, this film basically is like
yeah, they kind of said, but here's the thing. But look at it this way: Iron Man 3 was the closeout of Tony until he's got to show up for the next couple Avengers movies. But that was all he was in. But they kind of wanted more due to contracting stuff. That's why Civil War kind of happened the way it did.
Right.
But then Captain America, that was kind of the closeout of Captain America. Boom, he's only. The way that they ended it, he's only showing up for these big team-up movies when he's needed.
Right.
Thor.
So,
Justice, but Thor Ragnarok kind of closed it out as, hey, we got to get Thor back into the picture. Now he's set up for that stuff, and then Thor Love and Thunder just to give him a chance since his first 2 movies were garbage.
Listen, get me wrong. I still think Ragnarok was the best, but Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder was good. Okay, I know you didn't like it. I liked it. But I also love the director. I forgot his name.
Taika Waititi.
Yeah, I love him because he's just the right amount of funny. All right, and Thor is a funny character. Thor is basically if a frat guy got superpowers.
Thor is the exception. That's what I'm saying. Is he's a frat. If
a frat guy got superpowers, you're like yes.
Saying that because his movies, because Thor: The Dark World was so bad, they're kind of making up for it. But let's look at the others. Spider-Man closed out. Now, yes, we're getting Spider-Man again, but this is a new set of movies. You gotta remember, this is almost like a reset.
I will also say part of it with Spider-Man 2, though, is that Tom Hilton, right? Is his name right?
Tom Holland.
Sorry. Tom Holland is only 27, and he still looks 19. Part of the reason why they're also closing out a lot of those other cast members is Robert Downey Jr. is now in his 50s. Chris Evans in his 40s. Like, all those other actors are much older. Tom Holland is still in the prime of his life, and he looks young.
He can help carry the franchise.
So he's still so young, and so is what's her Zendaya. Who's also very young too. So it's like they can carry on the franchise and you could still do more. But like a lot of these other actors, like Chris Hemsworth is 40 now. Right? Like I know he's got a family now. Like when he started he was just, just getting his foot into acting. Now he's a dad of 3. Like
he had kids before that though.
But but it's just like now, like you go into different phases of your life.
Yeah.
So
I'll say
they're trying to young, and they're trying to young the audience, right? Like, I mean, I'm 30, so you can still kind of attract it, but they're trying to get like your generation and younger in college.
No, it's more younger than me.
So they want to get the young. They want to get the next phase of people. Where my generation. I mean, when the first Avengers movie came out, I was a sophomore in college. That was my generation. It was a cool, great. I grew up with those. I grew up with the first Iron Man. I remember seeing Hulk. In the 9th grade. Like I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I think here's the issue. And at that time, Chris Evans was early 30s.
Yeah.
Robert Downey Jr.
was like
late
30s.
Yeah, later 30s. You have all these actors who, because of even me growing up, like when they were coming into the show,
they were basically my age when they started the Marvel franchise. But now,
yes, like Elizabeth Olsen, who's she's 36.
Yeah, I feel like they basically all started the films when they were about my age, and now they're going into their 40s, and they're going to their Robert Downey Jr.'s situation where he's in his 50s. Where
there's a few others,
but they're just like they're on to the next phase of their life,
and it's not even that truly. And and no, a little bit because they're taking very good care of.
The only one I could say they can still carry on is Benedict Cumberbatch character, only because Doctor Strange is even old in the comics.
He's kind of newer on the stage,
and he's older in the comics anyway. So you can he could be 50 something and still do the character.
But the issue is, what I'm trying to get to is, they need to capture the people who are the people who are my age, when all this started, to continue everything, they've captured you.
Right.
They've captured me. They've captured
They got
people
my
10
mark,
years older than you. They've already captured those people because they've been around long enough now.
Right.
That most people are going no matter what. They watch this franchise get built up. But there's the issue of, what about these people who are even 5 to 10 years younger than me? Okay, so that puts someone in 19.
Like,
okay,
so like
10 years younger than me.
Right, like what is...
They need the younger actors to help. They need to bring in the younger people to help them carry it forward.
My also question is too is like when do
Otherwise
we
it's
get
gonna die.
when do we get another, like, you know, when the MCU basically came into it, they basically did remakes of a lot of the Marvel characters that had been TV shows and stuff prior, right? Lou Ferrigno, My Hero, 1970s Hulk, you know, the 70s and 80s he did the Hulk. We had seen
They did things right. Because, and, well, not even
but
right,
I'm
they did what
wondering
they could do to
is
give
when are we
justice.
going to get another, like, Marvel reset where they're like, hey, we want to do another Captain America. We're gonna, well, I guess we actually are right now with but
Yeah, so you were doing Captain America for
when are we gonna get
New World
when are
Order
we
with
gonna
this
get
game.
another? When are we gonna get another Iron Man? When are we gonna get another? You know, like when are we gonna get like another like? Because are they gonna do a reset of casting of new character, but like be that character?
I don't think they'll ever do that, because here's the thing. Right now, they're set up, and they're set up well, that they can, if they continue the way that they're going, where normally in the comics everybody exists around the same age at the same time, so then when it gets, 50 years later, there's never anyone to continue. Well, if they want to build their universe differently the way that they are, hey, we've already had, the first wave of the Avengers, now we're on our second wave. Well, Young Avengers is truly going to be the wave number 3, if you look at it right. So, like, they're doing good to build this so that way they never have to.
I mean, because of the case,
You could definitely easily go another 30
let's
years.
be very transparent.
without having to reset.
We're gonna get, because of the Kang series, we're gonna get an Iron Lad. We're gonna get Iron Lad.
I don't know if that's going to be true, because here's the other thing. So you're talking about when am I going to see my next Iron Man? Well, you're going to see an Iron Woman. You're going to see Ironheart, who actually, in the meantime, in comics right now, which is, I believe she's in the Ultimate Comics, which is the one that the MCU goes off of. She takes over basically. Well, Tony brings her on a little bit earlier than that, before he truly goes away. But when he dies, that's when, like, she kind of takes over until there's truly someone else. Her and War Machine. We're already getting technically our 4th Iron Man movie, because we're getting that I think actually got switched over into a show, because we're getting Armor Wars, which is going to be interesting. That's going to be that's actually how they're bringing Ultron back into the MCU. You're getting Hammer. What's his name? Hammer. Iron Man 2. And you're gonna get
Warhammer,
Ultron. Right? Yeah. So apparently they're all coming.
They basically wrote it. Yeah. Yep.
Basically the plot outline at this time is.
And I love Dodge.
Damage Control is basically the villain, because they messed up and tried to recreate Ultron, but think that they did better than Tony and Bruce. Which are you idiots? If those two masterminds couldn't do it, you think you can do better? So that's they kind of accidentally recreate Ultron and stuff, and that's going to be part of Armor Wars.
The greatest mechanical engineer of all time, and then basically you have like a chemical
guy
engineer.
with, I think he's like 4 to 7 PhDs,
and then you have a chemical engineer, like basically a biochemical engineer. Come on, like no one's smarter than these guys.
Yeah. Like, seriously. Like, combined, I think it's between Tony and Bruce. They've mentioned it in the movies. They have like 13 PhDs between the two of them. Like, what?
It was something.
So, like, imagine we were talking about Reed Richards earlier. Imagine once they finally throw Reed Richards into the mix.
Well,
you're talking.
I mean, you're
talking like 20 plus PhD.
Thank you for adding Reed Richards, because I actually have a question about that, because now we're just basically in the after hours, random tangent, because we're past.
Yeah, no.
So basically, my stream is still going, guys. So hang out, chat as long as you want. I don't care. I don't have really anything planned. So I mean, we're well after 10 o'clock. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I just don't care. Because this is unfiltered, unedited, raw content. And that's basically what my channel is all about. If I do a video, I'll have Alex edit it. But if I'm just going to do streams, they're raw and unedited. I'm not going to edit my streams. I want people just to come.
Learning into the computer from doing editing again, like hardcore editing.
Right, but okay. Like this when I do my streams, they're unfiltered, they're raw, and I don't care. I don't care. Welcome for the demonetization button. No, but my question is Okay, so my question is now, in the comics, Kang has been related to both Reed Richards and at one point was even related to Dr. Doom. I'm wondering if we're going to see, because
I knew about the Tony Stark thing.
No, not Tony. He's not related to Tony Stark.
Yes, he is.
Where is he related to Tony Stark? I know he apparently his name is Nathaniel Richards, which is related to Reed Richards, but I know Doom also.
Kang from the future, half the time. Kang the Conqueror, half the time is a descendant of Tony Stark.
I mean, he's just
technically he's Iron Lad, and then when Iron Lad gets corrupted by shit in the comics.
I mean,
which is why the theory right now is that half the Kangs that we're looking at are the Kangs from the alternate stuff that are also from the future. Because look at Kang's tech. Look at how much it relates to Stark tech.
And then, okay, so here's
I almost said Stark tech bullshit because
I know you're not a fan of him. I know you basically cringed when I showed you his video. Screen Crunch brought up a good point, okay? And this is a good point, and I think you can infer that. The technology that Kang has is the rings are very similar. The Shang-Chi's 10 rings. Are his rings related from the future? Because even though they were back in time for 1,000 years...
hold on. When was that video of his released?
Shang-Chi or that one? I don't know.
The video about his rings being related to the rings in Ant-Man. Because that was a theory that was brought up before the movie came out.
About 3 months ago. About 3 months ago.
So before the movie came out.
Yeah.
So that wasn't when we started seeing more trailers. That was a very common theory that was out.
Only because the ending, because obviously the secret ending shows that they were like, "How old are these?" And they're like, "Well, my father had him for 1,000 years." But of course, Kang has gone back in time so much that it's like,
So this is the person. Remember, I just saw Ant-Man. I saw it opening weekend, so remember that.
Yeah.
Or like the Tuesday after. Doesn't matter. I saw it recently. I also, because remember I've been bored at work, I've been watching the last hour, and at home, I think that one was at home. I've been watching the last hour of Marvel movies recently whenever I'm bored.
Right.
So Shang-Chi was one of them because I liked that movie. That was a good movie.
I mean, that was a great movie. And I love the actress,
so I love her. I went back to the thought of, oh, hey, weren't these movies supposed to show that they're related? These rings potentially could be from the quantum verse and everything. They're not. And I can tell you this
also,
for
when are we going to get a Shang-Chi 2? Because I thought he was actually going to be... I actually thought he was going to be in Multiverse of Madness. Just because I thought, they grabbed him. So I thought he was going to make an appearance.
If you look at it.
Because Doctor Strange makes the most sense for Shang-Chi crossover.
You have to remember the end of Shang-Chi. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Wong talking about, and why Wong brought him in, I think, more than anyone else, is because they are officially magic.
Supreme, so yes, I know.
They ping as a magical, undocumented magical artifact for them. And they're like, hold on, though. Obviously, they know a lot about the space and stuff, because, they had Time Stone and whatnot. They know. And especially now being connected with everybody else, they know there's stuff out there too. I have a theory that. So there's two ways this goes. Okay, there's two ways this goes. The rings are just like in the comics, where the rings were created as for the weird dragon things, alien,
right,
sentient.
Because I mean, I think because here's my question.
You know what I'm referring to with that?
So this is where like almost basically relates back to what Thor said. You know, back in his phrase, like here you call it science. Where I'm from, science and magic are the same.
So there's two ways that this goes.
So I'm wondering, is this science or is
this
magic?
They are either for those dragon people, and that's going to be Shang-Chi too, which will be nice, that it is scientific stuff infused with magic or whatever it works out for that planet, and ended up on Earth. It is either going in that, yes, it is a ping to deep space. It is either going to be that, or it is some random magical artifact that was never documented that might have something to do with aliens.
I mean, if you're gonna do the only, so here's really,
basically, it's not related to Kang.
There's only two real options that Shang-Chi can really relate to, right? Is if they're in space, it would have to been either the Guardians, which we know he's not going to be in the Guardians film, or the Fantastic Four.
Where are you getting this from?
Because if it's in space, I'm thinking about who's defending space. It's literally one of three superheroes: Captain Marvel, the Fantastic Four, or
where are you getting the Fantastic Four from? They don't deal with space, really.
Yeah, they do.
They only deal with space when they have to deal with space, which is very rare. They deal with, except for that space station shit when they get their stuff. That's the only time.
And then
that's with orbit. So that does not.
And then of course you have Captain Marvel and you have the Guardians of the Galaxy. And the Guardians of the Galaxy he's not in the film, so we know he's not.
So there's a few other people. So in current universe, we have Captain Marvel, space person.
Okay.
Guardians of the Galaxy, space people. Okay. Also, we have the Nova Corps.
By the way, I just want to make. I'm just gonna make a statement that does anybody else feel like Guardians of the Galaxy is basically Pirates in Caribbean in the space?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make that very clearly because that's all I thought of. Like this is just the Pirates of the Caribbean in space.
We don't. Here's the thing. So there's other space defending people. Like I said, Nova. In the Nova Corps, like they exist. So it's not the Fantastic Four. It's not going to be the Fantastic Four. It's nothing to do with Kang. Those rings are nothing to do with Kang. I do have a feeling that it's going to end up being something tied to those the dragon people. Or option 2
I wonder if it's technology though from Kang's original time though. I wonder if it is part of it.
It's nothing to do with Kang. Those rings, the 10 rings, are actually you have to hear this thought all the way out.
Okay, I'm
they are magic. They are normal magic. But
are they future
it's
magic?
not normal metal.
So what is it? Is it like adamantium? Are they basically going to bring in
No. But, so you are following that track.
Because
not vibranium, not adamantium.
Okay, so wait,
it's another.
So is this basically, we're going to get another reappearance of the
It
Eternals?
might be Uri.
So is this basically the Eternals reference, basically? Almost like basically the big space rock?
No, it's Uru. It might be Uru or something. You have to remember, let's look, we've been talking about Thor. Let's skip Thor Ragnarok and all that, okay?
Okay.
Let's look at what we know from Thor 1, Thor 2, and more importantly, Infinity War. Okay? Looking at those, when you're dealing with the true Norse stuff. So Thor 1 and Thor 2, more Thor 2. You're seeing you're seeing the space stuff, but you're also seeing, like, the dark elves.
Yeah.
There's elves. There's the light elves. We see the dwarves. We're dealing with true Norse 9 worlds type of shit.
Okay.
And how they have this magical metal that they use to make things like Stormbreaker.
We're getting another Dinklage appearance, Peter Dinklage.
And Mjolnir. What if Now here's the thing, though.
Can we just get like a
those
Marvel
are still
Peter Dinklage film? I don't care. I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. Just put Peter Dinklage. I don't care.
Let's take the smallest Marvel actor and make them the biggest character.
Okay. Oh my God, that's the film. We found it. That's the film we make. We hire Peter Dinklage. We want to write you a Marvel movie. I'm like, think Tyrion Lannister, but in space. Okay, that's what we're going for. There will be space hookers. There will be space.
So that's Uru, but that stuff doesn't really deal with the truly magic stuff, right?
Space,
but you know what metal that we haven't learned about that I don't know if it's in the comics or not or anything as well, because Thor comics were never really my thing unless he's involved with like the Avengers.
Right.
So here's the thing: if you look at, let's talk specifically, Odin, his spear is more of a bronze gold.
Okay.
That's obviously not the same. That can't be the same metal that Thor's hammers are made out of. Right. Same thing with Heimdall. Heimdall is half gold too, silver. So what happens if these rings are infused with magic, just like those magical space magic artifacts from Asgard? Okay. But they were made into rings. Maybe for a large creature of some sort with big hands, or maybe even to be armbands like they are, because that's how it can be used. That's the one thing okay, hold on. Oh, even Thanos' glove, by the way, the Infinity Gauntlet. Once again, it's gold. Right. We don't have it. I wonder if maybe, because if you look, that's kind of a gold color. Maybe they don't realize it because, once again, Asgard not once again, but Asgard is destroyed. Just a reminder, Asgard don't exist anymore. Asgard is a people, not a place. Well, the problem is we need the place right now. We also need the Allfather, but he's in Valhalla, so we got a problem here.
Right.
So now we need to figure. I feel like that is where it's coming from, and that just popped into my head, literally like 5 minutes ago. And that makes the most sense of it.
So back to my thoughts. So Peter Dinklage, and we'll also need the space goats.
We're gonna need space what?
The space goats from Love and Thunder.
The goats?
We need them. I need them.
Oh my God!
If I'm making this film and I'm allowed, if I'm allowed Marvel money enough, if any, we're getting goats. All right, we're gonna do it.
You can't take this to You're not supposed to take this to the whatchamacallit. You don't take this to Peter Dinklage. You gotta take this to Kevin Feige. Okay? Kevin Feige's the guy who runs Marvel.
If I tell Peter Dinklage, listen, I'm gonna need you just to drink on screen. We're gonna pay you a lot of money, and I need you to act like how you are in person, but on screen. Can you do that? I need you to be you, drunk on screen.
Okay. So here's what we gotta do.
Peter Dinklage is just playing himself, okay?
Okay, so I want him to basically I want him to play his character that he already played, but hasn't lost the ability of his hands and stuff. Okay. So I want them to go and set his hands free. Okay. And maybe he gets magical metal robot type arms.
Okay.
That way he can do stuff again.
Rocket
and gets himself cleaned up. And then boom. Tyrion, but I want that gruffness, but he's the gruff, but acts like Tyrion Lannister. That would be great. Like, cause you can see, like, hey, he lost the use of both of his hands. They're just, literally covered in metal. Like, I can see, hey, I would be pissed off and gruff and, like, antisocial too, like he is. But once he gets the ability of hands back, like, I could see him being like, alright, let's get to work and make some cool shit.
No, I agree.
And then so he still does his dwarf type thing, but since he's the leader of the dwarves now, like Foley, he's also like Tyrion Lannister.
I like that.
And he's like, I drink and I know things.
Okay.
You're not using Stormbreaker the way it's supposed to be used.
Here's my question now. Alright. We're gonna get Guardians of the Galaxy in like 30 days.
No, it's May, but a little bit longer than that. So like 60.
Okay. So we're getting Guardians of the Galaxy. This is going to be the end of... This is going to be the last film, okay? They've already confirmed. In fact, the creator is now the new head over at DC.
Hail Marvel. Okay, I'm telling you, it's a Hail Marvel situation.
And he basically he's had the script in his desk since pre-COVID, but apparently, and he agreed to only come back to do this last film because he'd already had his deal with DC, but he was rumored was he gets to do this one last film. So
well, okay, so technically, okay, so there's a little bit more into that real quick. So yes and no. So yes, that this basically became the deal that this is his last film. Plus, he was already contracted, but he was already contracted to do a 3-movie part. And like you said, the script has already been in his desk drawer. He was also asked to do Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special because Marvel wanted to because Guardians of the Galaxy have only really come around when it's time for them to come around. They're not really interacted that much with the rest of the MCU. So it's kind of hard for them to be because of what they do. So they kind of give them a little bit more, screen time.
Right.
So he got that. So this is, you got to remember, him getting signed on to do DC and become the new creative director person of DC happened last year after he was already contracted to do the filming for Guardians of the Galaxy. There's a rumor that he was doing both things at the same time. Because he literally finished up his parts for not even. But yeah, he finished up with a little bit of stuff that he had to help do with Endgame, and then immediately went to do start doing. Then like a few months later, got contracted to do Suicide Squad.
Okay,
the one with
okay, so
what's his name?
Here, okay, so here's my question now going on with Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, after this film, do we think we're just not going to see them in anything leading up to the Kang, or are they all done?
Okay, so it depends on how the movie goes. So if we're gonna go with
like,
typical
are they just gonna
MCU
kill them all off? Like, just kill them all here? Like...
No. So if we're gonna go with typical MCU fashion, we now know, due to confirmed and everything, due to the holiday special, which doesn't count as a movie, it counts as like a little TV spot since it was straight to Disney Plus.
Yep.
We now know that Mantis is the half brother of
half sister,
Lord, or half sister of Star Lord. Yes. Doesn't matter. He's the half brother. Doesn't matter. So one of them has to die, and it's not going to be Peter. They're not going to. Okay, Mantis isn't really a popular character. She's there. She's like the comic relief character. Right. But right now we have 2 to 3 comic relief characters.
So why does she have to die exactly? I forgot. Why does she have to?
Why does she have to die? Oh, so okay. So basically, it's the whole entire. Oh no, you and your sibling. You have a sibling. Your sibling has to die off by your 3rd movie.
I'm trying to think where that's from.
So that's an actual thing that's gone around by multiple people on YouTube and stuff.
Loki's still around. They constantly been around.
So no. So if you can't count the Loki from the Loki show, Loki died at the beginning of Infinity War, basically, which happened right after the 3rd movie. So basically, that's the 3rd movie. So Loki died. Okay, who else had a sibling that died? There's an actual rule. I saw a meme video type thing, a little skit about it, because it showed multiple people who had siblings that died.
I could see they killing off Chris Pratt though. I could see it because he's pretty much done.
Yeah, but I can also see them not. It basically,
and I know
it depends
the actress
on
who plays Gamora. She signed up that whole big contract with Avatar, so I know she's
Yeah, but for everybody watching or listening, obviously this movie is already basically done.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't, our input's not going to matter at this point. It probably wouldn't have ever mattered in the beginning.
Yeah.
But so basically, it depends on where they go with Gamora and Peter's situation, because you're gonna have Gamora, but gotta remember this isn't the Gamora that we knew from Guardians 1, 2 in the beginning of in Infinity War. This is Gamora from 2014.
Yeah.
Now running around the galaxy super evil, hasn't had a chance to get her mind fixed everything and hang out with the Guardians yet. So we're gonna have to see if she ends up falling in love with Peter again. They're not gonna kill him off.
Okay.
They kill off Mantis. They're not gonna re-kill off Gamora.
I know Chris
they
Pratt,
just brought.
I know Chris Pratt is done. He's doing so many projects now. It's like,
but he's not. He's doing his Marvel stuff, and that I know of. He has a second season that he's been contracted for. They're doing another season of the show that he just did. I think it's called The Terminal List on Amazon.
Okay, I don't know.
That's the only thing that I know that he's involved in right now.
I know
Jurassic
Gamora.
World
I know the actress Gamora. She just signed like a 5-movie deal with for Avatar, so she's.
Well, she always had her contract, so that doesn't matter. Her movie deal has always existed.
So I know. They're already working. They're shooting Avatar 3 right now.
Shooting 4, editing 3.
So, I mean, we know that's already a thing. So,
I'm just saying. I don't think it depends on where they go with Gamora. It really does. It depends
I think another big member is gonna die. I think some core members of the team are gonna die.
So I don't think they're not gonna do Groot. You can see that they're not gonna do Groot.
You might get Rocket because they're going to a planet full of animals. I can see Rocket.
Yeah, I've been thinking maybe Rocket
because they're going to find out about Rocket's past, and then I've also they're on a planet full of animals.
So so here's the thing though. Here's what I think is gonna happen. It's gonna be more like an Avengers Age of Ultron situation, okay?
Okay.
So, I think someone's gonna... no one in Age of Ultron died, except for Jarvis, but he came back as Vision, so that doesn't matter. Oh, well, Pietro did, but whatever. But whatever. He was in there for, total screen time of maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, he wasn't...
Doesn't matter. So...
He was like MODOK. You killed him
here's what I would like to see happen, because this is going to refer back to the holiday special for Guardians of the Galaxy, okay? So they have Nowhere now, and they're making it into a nice, good town and whatnot, and place the...
Fun fact theory, I think Disney is going to end up getting Nowhere. I think Disney's going to build a Nowhere.
Okay. So they
I'm just saying that I just know now they're doing their Marvel expansions. I could see Nowhere being built at Disney World.
Maybe we'll see. Yeah. But they kind of got that going, that sort of setup going with Bot 2. So I don't know. I think Disney's going to wait until they're allowed to build an Avengers Campus out here, but they're not going to really do Avengers Campus. I think they might do more like Avengers Tower.
That's fair.
Maybe.
Okay. So anyways,
so back to the thing. So they have this town. I think what's going to happen is Peter's going to live. Mantis is going to die. Alright?
Okay.
Rocket's going to go through some shit. Reconnect with his family. Going to retire as well. Peter's going to semi-retire. He's going to kind of be mayor like he already is and probably sheriff as well of Nowhere. And kind of, run and take care of the people. They're not gonna kill off Zoe, what's her name, who plays Gamora, because I'm sorry, she's basically good luck. If you have a big major movie that you want to make millions of dollars in basically a night, you have her on. I'm sorry, Avengers, Avatar 1, Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and Avatar 2. She's in 4 movies that have gone $1 billion in opening weekend.
Both the Avengers.
I'm sorry, she's just good luck.
I will.
You're not going to kill off her.
Guardians of the Galaxy 2 did very well too, as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying those are smaller movies. But you look at these mega billion-dollar movies.
Right.
She was in all of them.
So okay, and then what about Drax? Because I know he's wanting to retire too.
So I think Drax, something might happen to Drax. He might just go off and so you gotta remember, he and Mantis are kind of close.
Yeah.
We don't know how close, but they're close. I think that he'll get distraught and probably get himself killed, because however she gets killed, because he's going to lose himself and he's going to go run at whatever it is and die. I think they're going to kill off. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be kind of happy if they kind of just killed off half the people, or it retired, killed off, or basically like medically crippled them. Medical discharge. Okay, just like in the military, you got too hurt, you can't serve anymore.
Because my thing about it is, when we get the next Avengers movie, are any of them going to make a cameo?
So, okay, so the next Avengers movies that we have is Secret Wars.
In 2024, and then in end of 2024.
But Secret Wars is going to involve one of two things. It's either going to be a part of a follow-up of Secret Invasion, which is the Skrull show, or it's going to be something multiversal and involving the Illuminati.
Okay, so here's my next question. Do you think Young Avengers are going to be a film, or do you think it's going to be a TV series? That enters the film eventually.
I don't think that they're going to do something truly young. Well, maybe they'll title it The Young Avengers.
Like, I could see them doing a series and then be like, hey, we're going to put
Avengers
you in a film.
Reborn or something and do a version of The Young Avengers. I think they need to... The only Young Avenger right now that has a somewhat fully fleshed out, becoming a superhero thing is...
And Cassie, who's been hinted so much now.
No. None of them. Ironheart, no. Like, kind of Cassie, no. And Kate Bishop, no. The only one who kind of has we got to see, okay, cool, they're set, they're now superhero, is Kamala, who is Miss Marvel.
Okay.
And we're going to see that in the Marvels, which I believe is later this year, early next year movie.
I'll be honest with you, that was one I just didn't care enough to really watch that much.
So that's instead of giving her a setup movie because they want to keep the big list actress.
I'll be real with you. If I have to choose between watching Turning Red or watching Miss Marvel,
you've already gone over this.
I stand by. It's the same movie. It's literally the same movie.
So
it's the same movie. I don't care what you say, Miss Marvel or being a teenager who's growing up in Canada who wants to be. Who every time he gets excited tries to throw a giant red panda. It's basically the same movie.
Well, okay, so we need to cut this off here pretty shortly, but I want to backtrack real quick because I just hit something just hit me, like literally just hit me since I mentioned that. Did you watch that one all the way through?
Which one?
The Miss Marvel.
No, I just couldn't get into it. I'll be honest with you. Moon Knight.
You don't care if I spoil it.
I don't care. Brittany didn't really get into Moon Knight. It's good. I like Moon Knight. But I'm still very much confused. But I mean,
that's literally the first half of that is what you're supposed to be. Okay. But okay, so we're gonna go back to Miss Marvel real quick. Something that you didn't learn. Apparently, she has one mutation, which is which allows her to have the powers.
They're set up for X-Men.
But she is a descendant of someone from a different universe, technically, that lives.
Yeah, we know.
Inside pockets.
Her grandmother was a.
Her grandmother or great grandmother.
Yeah.
Great grandmother, I think.
I know. I watched that 5-hour explanation video, and it basically tells you she's from a different time, and it's like, yeah.
But so here's the thing. You know what just hit me? The Bangla is from the other side. And it's magic.
So do
you know who else we're trying to figure out where shit came from?
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi.
So do you think they're from the same,
Maybe. A magical artifact that is not documented by the sorcerer people.
So it's basically so it's on a different Earth.
So, not different Earth. They live in a different dimension that lives in the gaps of our plane of universe. Dimension. They live on the other side.
Is it basically
literally they show hey, they live on. Our stops here.
Basically, very similar to the quantum realm, where there's this giant world that we didn't even know about.
Yes, and you know who handles different dimensions, John?
Who?
The people that you keep who handle too much shit already. The Fantastic Four.
Okay. All right. Well, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I'm very tired. So
we are at 2.5 hours in.
I started so I think we'll probably call it tonight. We went 40 minutes over what we thought we were going to be. So
I mean, okay. So the podcast people that I listen to, they always shoot for 2 hours, and they always end up at like 2.5.
So we did good.
So we're about where I thought we would be.
We did good.
And we did get at the end. We did basically an extra half an hour on the Marvel spot, which allows us to not do that now. So that's great.
We'll still end up doing it later on for something. I don't know.
We'll do something, but it'll be closer to when something
so
big on.
While I have you here, because we're basically like, you know. So, all right. So today is the 15th. The 31st, we have 2 big drops happening. 31st is when D&D movie comes out, and it's also when Scarlet and Violet officially releases. I pre-ordered, so my boxes should be either here on the 30th or the 31st. It just depends on how they, you know, they come. So we do have those coming up. Those 2 big things.
Oh wait, I have my watch. Wait a second.
We could probably either shoot for Tuesday or Wednesday, which would be the 21st or 22nd for the next podcast. If you guys want to watch the podcast, it will be out Friday. Will be uploaded. But obviously, if you guys are on my stream, you can always just watch the VOD too.
So we'll record the the 28th or 29th podcast.
Yeah.
What we'll do is that'll be the D&D movie spot podcast.
Okay.
Because what's gonna happen is, since we're gonna go see that opening night on Friday.
Yeah.
What I think I will do, but don't like this. I don't know. We'll figure out the scheduling. I'll look at when tickets become available as well. We will go do that, and then Saturday morning we will record a podcast episode of kind of like an after thing, and we'll do like a small little after thing instead of waiting until the next week. So that way we're not taking up D&D for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So,
we'll do it and literally post it. Like, we'll do Raw. We'll go straight Raw with that, since we'll both be in the same room, and we'll post that following morning after we've had some time to get some sleep.
That sounds good.
As far as recording goes for the Pokemon thing, you're done with tax season when?
I mean, technically not till like the middle of April, but like.
Okay, so what we'll do is, you're not gonna get it before my weekend off, which is next weekend.
Yeah, because I pre-ordered it, and I may get it, so I might get it as early as the 30th or as late as the 1st.
So maybe what might happen is...
It just depends, because the Pokemon Company, when they send it out, they have to roll it out.
Right, so it depends on if you get it or not and how we're feeling.
Right.
Well, it depends. Basically, it depends if my girlfriend makes me make plans or not.
Alright, well, just let me know.
What we can do is we can just we can just meet up, and we can just do it after you get off work.
Alright.
So on the 1st. That would make sense. It just depends on how my girlfriend is.
I am very tired, so that will be a wrap for me today, sir. It's 10:45 at night.
Alrighty then.
Alright.
I will see you. I won't see you for a little bit.
Yeah, you won't, because I'm not going to be there this weekend. So.
Oh, have you made up your official plans yet?
I'm going to I think we're going to go to Universal this weekend for sure, one day with our parents.
Okay, I'm just asking because I know you're supposed to spend time the whole weekend together, but Sunday morning before I open, I can meet you at your mom's to load up your thing and get it.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, we'll figure it out.
I won't get it assembled, but then we can at least get it over there, and I can swing by the following week on Wednesday.
I'll call you and let you know. All right.
Okay. Thank you guys again for joining in to another podcast episode of Space Coast Gym. Hopefully soon, John. What we gotta do soon is we gotta start getting those gym videos out too.
Yes.
Like actual gym.
Club 4. I talked with. I'm friends with Chris over there. You can do it. You just gotta do it when they're non-busy hours. So if we were to do them, we'll have to do them at like 8. We'll have to meet at the gym by like 8. Because
basically, even a little bit later probably.
So Chris basically said there's no rule against recording, but they don't want you to do it at busy. Yeah, and no busy hours. So that's the only rule.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
We'll get that sorted. We'll get that going soon. But thank you guys for tuning in to another week. We'll catch you guys next week with Something. We gotta figure out what it is.
And I will most likely be live again tomorrow with more gaming content and just hanging out. And maybe I'll get Alex to come hang out in the chat and just kind of bullshit.
Sounds good, because I'll be at work all day.
All right.
And we will post whatever we decide to do for next week's episode on Instagram leading up. Or if you guys have any ideas, hit up John. He's probably the easiest to get a hold of with how much he's going to be streaming. Hit up John, message him in the chat, and he'll let me know, hey, this is the topic that we're going to go over, and we'll go ahead and do that. But thank you guys for tuning in.
Awesome.
We'll catch you guys next time.
All right. Peace. All right. Thank you, everyone who came and hung out today. It was my first stream. So much fun. I really like doing it on YouTube. I'm really getting a hold of it. And I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. My goal is for about 6 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time. And I'm going to do some more WoW content. Maybe do a little bit of Destiny 2. Hang out. Just chat. Be able to play some RuneScape. Just whatever. We're going to hang out. My YouTube streams are just going to be very laid back and chill. And then if I get Alex or friends to come hang out and just do a lot of chat log. And then we're still going to have the podcast regularly. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming to hang out.